And we are live.
Well, it's been a great chat. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so there we go. Everyone, welcome to episode 45 of Fast in the Shadows. Honestly, as always, we'll be talking about Star Citizen stuff. We got a lot of it. Where do we begin?
With the beginning?
Alright, how about the big one? 3.15 is live. We didn't talk about that in the last time we were live, so... Alpha 3.15, for those who don't know, is the latest patch in Star Citizen, and it is currently out. It is live. It's in the PU. You can play it right now. This introduces the medical gameplay we've been talking about for the last few months, the new inventory and inventory management, which is definitely a work in progress. We also got what's face? Death of the Spaceman.
Before you move on, one really big, huge thing with 3.15 live means complete database wipe.
Right. So if you haven't logged in since, say, the last time you logged in was August or like freaking May of this year, you're in for a complete wipe. You're going to be starting from ground zero, like essentially from scratch again. However, if anyone that hasn't logged in a few months and they log back in, you will, if you played during Xenothreat in what was it, December?
No, it's
August?
The one that was in earlier. Yeah, it might have been September.
The second one, not the first one.
Well, yeah, whenever the second Xenothreat event was, the one that
Xenothreat 2.0, which I think was in September, maybe in August though. But if you played in that one,
give you reputation.
It will give you money. So you'll start out with 12,000 instead of the normal 5,000.
No, you'll start off with 100K on top of whatever your normal starting amount is, whether that's 5K, 12K, 20K, whatever.
Oh, is it not 5,000 starting anymore?
No, it's variable. I'm not sure variable to what, but it is variable.
It's variable depending on if you're on your subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. If you're just a base package player, you starting is like 5,000.
Well, I started off. Now I did go and subscribe later on after 3.15 dropped. But when 3.15 initially went down, I started off with 120K, 100 from Xenothreat, and then 20K is my basic starting amount. I'm not sure what all that comes from, but
that's subscriber.
That was before I had subscribed.
20K is what you get if you're a subscriber, and then the 100 is
maybe it's because I had subscribed in the past before, and it's always just played my account or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to add
quite
to
often.
It. If you subscribe, it's going to add to your account over. So, well, not over time, but for that time that you subscribe to.
Basically, until the real game comes out, you'll get that extra credit. Yeah, because I've never subscribed, and every single wipe I start with my 5,000. I don't get any extra bonuses or anything like that. But I like it that way because to me that's really starting from scratch.
Yeah, I just have the normal. I might have bonuses from something, but I've never been a subscriber, and I've never
Look,
bought
we're gonna
any.
really start you from scratch. You have no flight suit, no helmet, no money. Good luck.
I think I remember somewhere back around the 2.6 times, there was something that they did where you're able to get an initial, I think extra 2,500.
They've always been kind of playing around with the numbers there.
Yeah, there's some
Mando,
there's some different numbers.
What was that?
Sorry.
Are you in game yet, Mando? Or?
No.
Oh, you guys are actually going to be fancy
Yeah, we're
way.
gonna be the cool kids now.
Where'd you find them?
We killed them, and I don't know, we went to New Babbage and we killed a few, and then we took their clothes, and now we're the cool kids.
Okay, cool. I hear that's the latest thing that everybody's done.
Killing the cool kids and then becoming them.
Yeah.
But I thought in PTU now the cool kids are in Hurston apparently.
That's the place to go, man. I mean, it makes sense. When you actually think about the process, like that's the place that makes sense to be the starting location, because it's good on your frames, and because of the hospital situation, you start out in space after your first medical spawn.
I chose our corp right now, so, and it's the same deal. Yeah, same deal, because there's no hospital. And I have good
but you're
performance.
way out there in this corner, man.
Yeah.
But you do have all the buyables. That's the one thing about our corp, is you can basically buy everything.
Yeah, that's why I did it, because there's a lot of good shops and there's a lot of good missions in the area, so I can just right off the bat just start making some dough.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Which I did.
Waiting for the like using a truck to resupply on New Babbage, driving around the ice roads there to make
That'd
your
be
money.
so cool.
You guys catch the what was that? Friday
What?
show.
Oh,
At the
Star
very
Citizen
end,
Live? I didn't
just
watch Star Citizen Live this week. I had the chance.
at the very, very end, like the last 1 minute, Disco basically said this next IAEA definitely going to be an Argo and a Minsk ship coming out.
Okay, so that Argo ship that we got teased is going to be revealed. So yeah, but 3.15, let me put it this way, if you're just starting out in 3.15, and if you don't have a buddy, get a buddy, make some friends, because it's going to be a rough ride.
Well, especially too, so with 3.15, so as you said, there is a database wipe and starting off fresh from your basic amounts there. There's a new inventory system, which is a lot more dragging and dropping, and to my mind, it's a lot more of a chore to go and, at this point, to go and like equip yourself, to move items around. It's a lot of work. On top of that is we now have the tier, technically this would be tier 1, I think, of medical gameplay, and we now have
Tier 0
tier
medical
0
gameplay.
of Death of a Spaceman. All that together meaning that you go off and do, hey, I want to go and do some new bunker missions. Okay, you equip your armor, equip your guns, run off to the bunker, fly over there, jump out, you run and gun, and bam, NPC got you. Shit.
Now you're down.
Assuming that the wound that you got would not have been a insta-kill, like for instance, if you were to get headshot with a railgun, you're probably not going to go in a down state. But otherwise, you will be in a down state instead of just being dead, and you can call for someone to revive you. Now, this is a good thing. This would mean that, hey, instead of just being dead, especially if I'm running with a group, okay, my buddies can go and clear the room, and then they can go and rescue me. If I'm not playing in a group, if I'm doing this stuff solo, it's a bit harder because you can put out a beacon for medical assistance. However, as it is with this medical gameplay, again, this is tier 0. Issues being that you do not know who is accepting your beacon. Only one person can accept your beacon, and it pops up to, or I think actually they used to pop up just like the random messages up at the top. I think now that they only go to the service beacon entry in your mobiGlass, so people aren't just randomly accepting it. But when someone does accept it, you have no idea is this a good guy? Is this a bad guy who's just taking the mission so no one else can? Because when someone takes that mission,
People
it's
do that, yeah.
no longer listed. So the very person who just shot you down, if it was a player, could be the one accepting your medical rescue mission to ensure you're not getting rescued ever. On top of that, there's, again, no way of communicating with them. And to a certain degree, like, oh, well, you're supposed to be unconscious or in a, badly wounded state. Yes. However, and I just accepted your party invite, Mando.
I'm watching this now.
Again, there's no communication with your rescuer and the rescuer with you, although you can at this point. You can go to a third person if you are downed. You can go to a third person camera and see the chat. You can see the chat in first person, but they put this really obnoxious overlay on your screen and it kind of like fades in and out. So every
it's like you're like
15, 20 seconds, you have about 4 seconds of view of the chat.
Yeah, it's pretty much like you're losing conscious, you're regaining conscious, you're losing conscious, you're regaining consciousness.
you're like kind of fading in and out of consciousness there as you bleed out on the ground, and you've got a good hour and a half. So at least for the bleed out timers, there's a decent amount of time there, because bearing in mind also too, when this beacon goes out, it has there's no way of it even going like, hey, let's first go and ping people who are near your area. Nope, it just goes across the whole server. So the person who picks it up is very likely, if they're so inclined, that yes, they're a friendly player. Yes, they're going to come and rescue you. Oh, but they're over at Microtech and you're over at freaking Yella at a bunker. You're literally across the entire map here. So it's going to
like what happened with us on Saturday night.
Yeah,
I was on our corp and you were. What, you were at New Babbage. You had to fly a good 60 million kilometers.
So just it can go and take a while for someone to get to you, and that's assuming that the other person has no issues getting to you. On top of that, the fact that most of the time when players are going down, outside of bugs and glitches and all that kind of bullshittery, it's doing the new bunker missions, right? Oh, hey, if there were friendly players there, because this bunker is a restricted area, they're now hostile to your would-be rescuers. So now, to even go and rescue you, they will often get a crime stat. Shit, that's an issue. So now not only is it that you need to find a player who is friendly to you, who is willing to travel across the map, the entire map here, to go and revive you, but who is also willing to go and get a crime stat to get to you. And at that point too, okay, so now they've gotten to you, there's no guarantee and there's nothing stopping them from going and saying, hey, that's some nice gear you got there. Let me go and loot your body. And while you're coming in and out of consciousness, you can see them looting your body because you are now in a lootable state. And they can go and steal your stuff, and then just walk away. And
just leave you to die.
You have no recourse. You cannot put out another beacon at all. You can't cancel the beacon at all. There's nothing you can do there except, I guess I'll just bleed out then.
Or whatever injuries you have, if it's not bleeding. But yeah, essentially you're left to die while they loot your corpse. Or corpse to be.
State, there's definitely a lot of room for improvement.
At least you're not having to reset your character each time you die.
That's true.
That could come shortly too.
And
bearing in mind that when you die, you lose all of your currently equipped stuff. So that's going to be your equipped weapons, your equipped armors, yada yada. Here, Amanda, I'll grab a ship for us.
All right. I'm surprised you didn't say anything to my look. I'm not even third person yet, just to show it. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? This guy just outdid my look. The headless medical gown person here. Chick with no head.
Whatever. I've seen worse.
Headless chick, topless bar, right?
I'm curious why they made him made the females have skirts.
Hold on.
I don't even have a head.
Oh, I can hear them in game, sort of.
So
Yeah, I'm just gonna stare at them until they get out.
dead NPC who has a motor glass.
Can barely hear them in game though. I bet if anyone is watching, they can probably hear them more than we can. All right. Oh, we also have some roadmap. A roadmap roundup. So real quick, the roadmap. They delayed salvage again. Salvage the infinitely delayable, right?
Which was delayed again.
Right, so it got delayed to, they're now targeting salvage for Q2 of 2022 release. As opposed to, what was it, 316? Which would have been Q4 of 2021. The initial release is no longer just the back-end tech implementation, but will introduce both hand-operated salvage as well as ship-operated salvage, so hull stripping and repair, using the systems on board the Drake Vulture. So, and originally for 316, it was just going to be hand salvaging with your multi-tool salvage attachment or the salvage multi-tool gun thing, rifle thing that they were
Amanda,
making.
once you lose the guy in the elevator, you might need to just run to a different one, which is what I just did, but it's Hangar 9.
So now what they're doing, it was just going to be hand salvage. Now what they're going to do is,
Ship salvage is.
yeah, call sign's laughing. It's just this guy.
I
This,
changed the gender.
okay, it's definitely a guy.
Yeah, I would
Because
just
you
run
like
out of
went
the...
out and said, "Hey, buddy, come here," and then went back in.
I was checking to see
You're
if
attracting this guy.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just run into a different elevator. I want to grind some missions out.
I just sent them on their way to another location. What I was saying is, it was going to be hand salvage originally, but now they want it to be hand salvage, ship salvage, and they want the salvaging ship, the smallest one being the Vulture, to be in as well. What hangar are you in?
Hangar 9. I've said this like 4 times now.
God, Mando, can't you do 4 things at the same time?
No.
Jeez.
Release view changes. We've got derelict
Also just
spaceships.
started mission.
Derelict spaceships and point of interests are going to be now for 316. Got mining
I'd like
gadgets for 316.
Yeah.
We've got ship-to-ship refueling for 316. Updates to the Dying Star map in Arena Commander is now 316. Yeah.
I just want to go on record as saying, based off of the past performance of every year, that pretty much anything in the 4th quarter is acceptable to being dropped.
Oh
or
yeah,
kicked
no.
back to
The
next-
So,
to
Q4
quarter
is
two.
almost always going to be the one that gets ripped apart.
like
I'm going the wrong way.
we'll get something guaranteed, but the question will be like, is it going to be 1 thing or 2 things on that list?
Or 5 things, or yeah.
did you get the mission, Mando? I shared it.
Yeah, I shared it.
Did you buy that, Cam, or is that in game?
No,
Subscriber flare.
Okay.
No, I bought it. Subscriber for this month is the Connie's.
Oh. Neat.
What are you thinking of it yourself? Like actual using it now?
Okay. I'm probably gonna go and later on CCU it to something else, but
And you have an MSR, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I would say the MSR is better. You got that luxury tax. I like the look of it,
Yeah.
but beyond that, it really does not have much better versatility. Like if it was a non-origin ship and the price point was like 150, I would say yeah, it's pretty darn good for what you're getting there.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's kind of just like,
Yeah, to me the lift on it for to get into the cargo area and also for the bike seem more limited than the MSR.
yeah, it really is. And I mean, I like that they were like, oh hey, we've got some unused space. Let's go and put a
Yeah.
a bike lift on there. That's really cool. But at the same point, like they were like, oh, it was gonna have it was gonna be a 4-player ship. Okay. Oh hey, we completely flubbed the internals. It's now a 3-person ship. Okay. Oh hey, it has some cargo space, but that cargo space is absolutely tiny. And it's meant though to carry, okay, it's not, it's not a Cutlass Black here. Okay. But oh, it's meant to carry a Cyclone. Cool. Oh, sorry, did we say Cyclone? We actually meant only some Cyclones because others of them won't fit.
Right, like the TR and the and definitely the
lift
MT.
is too small, but because the ship sits too low to the ground for the vehicle to get underneath.
Yeah.
Just some really odd metrics choices with it that really don't make any sense.
Well, you're forgetting the most important factor of all.
Are we?
It's coming up on SitCon. We need a ship to sell.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought that's what they were going to do with the new Argo and What's-Her-Face coming out.
Yeah. I'm just curious. I know that it's supposed to fit the X1. What are the dimensions of the X1 versus the Ranger motorcycle?
It's wider.
I mean, the Ranger is supposed to be the smallest one.
Yeah, it's a little wider and a little longer, but that's really it.
Where the fuck is
So what you're saying is you might be able to fit a Ranger in there.
Oh,
you can totally fit a Ranger in there.
Ranger should fit nearly anything.
Okay. Is it about the same as a Dragonfly then?
The Ranger's smaller.
By far.
But I mean, by far. That's...
Well, because the Dragonfly has its weird little panniers on the side.
Gotcha. The Gravlev
just even
engines?
With the cargo one, the cargo things are supposed to fold onto the side, and it's just a motorcycle after that point.
Essentially, the Ranger is a dirt bike-sized motorcycle.
Yeah. I would estimate that in terms of width, the Ranger should be about half the width, give or take, of the Dragonfly. The Nox can fit in the
the Ranger should be able to fit through this door, no problem.
Yeah.
What
I don't get though is like, oh hey, here is a dedicated chip storage for the X1. One, why was the X1 not included then? Especially at the price point that they made it as. Two, the X1 isn't out yet. What are you doing?
Nope.
And I'm trying to mess with your MSDs.
SitCon sale.
Pretty much.
Okay. I just initially started this questioning process, seeing as I know that you have the MSR.
I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I just grabbed it because it was shiny, it was neat, and I was looking for an LTI token for something larger down the line.
Yeah. It's a good paint job for it.
Yeah, I like the black and gold.
The one that I think looks best on it.
Black and gold always looks good. Speaking of the Dragonflies, though, Gravlev physics rework is going to be moved up to 316. So hopefully, Dragonflies
37B of Plan 12.
37H actually.
Oh, okay. 1.3355.
Then we got DNA head texture update for 316, as well as selling items to shops. And that's in 317. So 317 we got selling items to shops, NPC taxi mission tier 0.
No.
And
just imagine the NPCs tripping and dying now as they walk onto our ships. Mission failed. Fuck.
Then we've got Drake Vulture.
What about taxis like coming and getting us and delivering us somewhere?
I think that's
it's us transporting NPCs.
Yeah, it's gonna be like like a VIP type thing.
That's gonna be another like 5 years in the making.
They still have to fix
That'd
the
be really
freaking
awesome
server tick
to
rate.
be able to put out a, hey, I'm stranded at such and such place. Please get me. And
Uber.
an NPC can accept the mission and fly down. And all right, come on.
They also got to fix the
There you
server
are,
tick rate. So.
dragging along like 3 boxes of loot from wherever the hell you were.
That's why I want the Argo in the game with the AI able to fly it, because to me that's your
luck.
planetary.
Oh, if you're using
taxi
the Argo to
system
fly
cargo.
around a planet, that's gonna take you a while. Not that it can't be done, just it's gonna take you a while.
Right, but if you have it in the game, that means the AI can use it, and the AI can just be, that background clutter of traffic that's going all over the place.
I
And
definitely
then
do
when
want
your
to be
call
seeing that
comes
traffic.
out, then, and you say, hey, I'm down, then it's not necessarily the AI having to fly from, the other side of the planet. It's
True.
the closest AI who can divert to your location.
Well, assuming that we ever get any kind of a locational-based medical beacon, which would be nice, but as it is right now, it's just imagine you're at fucking Microtech here, and the guy who's accepted your medical beacon is over at fucking Pyro.
Yeah, that's anyways.
Yeah.
Just looking forward to AI being able to pick us up.
And they need to fix the server tick rate for that too, which in a lot of server side issues for the AI to work properly.
But that's why, among other things, that Pyro is not coming until
server
meshing tier 0 is in.
Right, they're going to do Pyro and server meshing in one thing. That's when we get one, we're going to get the other.
Now, Mando, do you have any medical gear on you?
I do.
Okay.
By the way, for Alpha 3.18, we're gonna get the Drake Vulture along with Salvage, hopefully.
And the Vulture comes
Q2
with
2022
multi-tool.
Yeah. Also, Salvage Tier 0 updated and renamed. We're also getting the Origin M50 engine swapping is being rescheduled. Vehicle's dynamic door alignment is also being rescheduled, which is annoying.
Unfortunately.
Player slide is being rescheduled.
Cool shit keeps getting pushed back. Come on.
Yeah. Player slide is also being rescheduled, and prone is like their rework of going prone.
Again, all the cool shit.
Yeah, right. Actor tech physicalized weapon handling also being rescheduled, and ship shield emitters being. We can't just target shield emitters on ships to destroy them and take out someone's shield. Rescheduled. We also got the monthly studio report for October. This one is actually really cool. So AI features, we got, they spent the last month working on the experience and responsiveness of some of the behaviors in the PU, as well as extensive analysis underway on various combat tactics to add better target re-evaluations. AI tech continued their work on planetary navigation generation, so that AI can navigate on planets. Work done on ship AI to improve targeting and accuracy, along with missile use improvements, and allowed for mission logic to force priorities between targets, which we see a little bit of already in 3.15. Animation, we've got development continued on the Shubin interstellar mining gadget. Worked on nurse, vendor, bartender, bar patron, security guard, and cowering and hiding non-combatant NPC AI behavior. Art characters.
We're here, Mando.
Yeah, I saw. Data, you got the list of these stuff. If you want to read it.
Say what?
I said you want to read the monthly studio report.
No, actually, I do not.
But anyway, they worked on a bunch of stuff as normal. They also worked on for Squadron 42 some Simpod and Cryopod stuff, which is great.
So you're saying that I can be frozen in my spaceship?
Yep, and the Simpod is for Star Marine and Arena Commander because they're in-game simulations. Like inverse their simulations.
Astropub actually did a really good review of this, and there are a couple places where he suddenly like freaked out because he basically said what they're talking about means that Squadron 42 specifically is like 3 years behind the PU in
Really?
certain mechanics. Yeah, it's worth checking them out. I'm not gonna try and insert words for him, but when he's doing the Squadron 42 monthly report, yeah, he freaks out a couple times about it. So,
Hey Mando, make sure you accept call to arms because you'll get a bonus for each guy
Yeah,
you
good
kill.
call.
Are you shooting or is that NPCs?
Nope, not me. I hit my guns away while I'm doing the mission.
We'll just let them duke it out for a hot minute.
Are we supposed to have provide backup so that watch out for friendlies?
Yep,
What's going on,
that's
Data?
That's why I like doing it here at
Oh, not much. Just
Crusader.
trying to build
Because
up
they're
my
in white.
bank again in Star Citizen.
oh, gotcha.
Have you tried getting on and playing at all?
Not yet. I'm actually thinking of doing it once the rush is over. I was thinking of trying to slip in like maybe Wednesday or Thursday before the IAEA just to see if I can do it.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone watching, we are playing Alpha 315 right now.
So the other thing that I thought was interesting was they showed the last week they showed the devs talking about more dogfighting reworking.
Yes.
And I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan of the mentality that they're taking with it. I mean, it's good that they're getting the knowledge, like they're going and asking experts.
Right. They asked.
Got the sense. I got the sense that they're also only listening to a very small, loud portion of the community. That are like the 1% of the 1% that are like, well, this is how it needs to be because this is how I play. And
Yeah,
like we need to make it ultra competitive versus realistic type thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not a huge fan of that
they
as well.
They say specifically they don't want that. They want it to be, they want you to be able to pick it up, but at the same time they want it to be a skill. But the other thing they're saying is, well, we're talking to the community, but yet everybody that they talk about are like,
the super hardcore PvPers or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
and how one thing I don't like is how they're pushing toward this idea of we want you fiddling with screens in the middle of combat, and it's like
that should not be happening.
Nope.
Like most people are not going to be fiddling with screens and adjusting shit. Like we're not going to be playing with one hand flying the ship and one hand adjusting your screens. That is not is not conducive to flying or anything.
Where did they talk about having to adjust MFDs in their latest video? I didn't see that.
Well, they didn't talk about it there, but with the whole aspect of capacitors and we want you to be adjusting this shit as you go. It's like
you don't have to use screens for that. I've got all the hotkeys set up so they're at fingers.
Yeah, but at the same point that they want you to be taking your attention and your time away from the fight, away from the skill of the fight, and adjusting my screen, whether it's through hotkeys or on an MFD or whatever. That is what they are moving toward currently. That is an issue, in my opinion, because it's moving away from skill-based and moving toward, we want you playing some fuckery here while you're flying around. And to me, it's like, I'm sorry, that's not good gameplay. If you want to have people flying, have people fly. If you want to have people adjusting this stuff. Now, that being said, having that be a mechanic for your engineer or something like that, sure, absolutely, that makes perfect sense and fits in. But having your single seat fighters and expecting them to be fucking with this stuff, not so much.
I don't know. I would argue. I mean, we've talked about this before, so I know where you stand and I know where I stand, and we're probably we're on different spectrums here, because I think managing your ship and systems on the fly is part of the skill.
Yeah, but
to a degree, yes, and to a degree, no.
A great example that I think needs to be taken into consideration is look at the old Wild Weasel missions and look at today's modern Wild Weasel mission. Originally, it was an F4 Phantom, a two-seater, which had a pilot and a radar intercept officer, Rio. And then once the F4 airframe went away, the F-16 single-seat fighter took over. And one of the constant issues that they're still having is that the Wild Weasel mission is so complicated that it's actually harder to do with the F-16 pilots. And they're saying, hey, we need a two-seater version to actually do the full spectrum of this mission.
Be able to fuck with the things here. So one person's flying, one person's doing the fuckery.
And that's just for the Wild Weasel mission, which I didn't explain when I started this. But for people who don't know, that's where, you go fly your plane towards the enemy's radar installations, see which systems light up, and then you launch anti-radiation missiles to take out their air coverage, so then your bombers can go in and attack.
So these are airplanes field that are going after anti-air defenses. So they are going up against the very thing that is meant to kill them.
But
which is why it's so technical and convoluted.
Similar to how when we go to one of these bunkers and they have AA guns that are meant to kill ships.
But so all I'm getting at is I agree with what Data Machine said, which is there needs to be skills, and part of that skill tree is that you got to know when to do your fine tuning of things to get the maximum effect. But at the same time, I'm seeing what they're doing with the game, and I'm a little bit worried, kind of like Cam is talking about, that they want the combat to be fiddly. Like,
yeah. And like I said, if I was flying a dragon, or not dragon, if I was flying a Cutlass Black, and I've got a pilot and a co-pilot there, no problem, because now I've got one person flying, and they can be like, hey, increase power to shields. Okay, let me go and increase power to shields here, and I can do all of that in-depth fuckery there. But if I'm a solo pilot, shit, anything I'm doing, even if I go and I've got my hotkeys all set up, I'm trying to go and push hotkeys while I'm still trying to evade and attack and do everything else. That's not conducive to good gameplay.
I don't know. That's an opinion, because
if you
have a keyboard, I can understand keybinds might not be ideal. But if you've got a stick or some other kind of controller where you have all the hotkeys you need right there at your thumb,
sure, but not everyone
we're
has.
We're talking 3 inputs. You've got weapons, you got shields, and you got engines. It's not complicated.
And engines are only one button. I mean, I could have sworn that we're moving in 6 directions, not 1.
Well, the engine power only goes toward boost right now, so I mean it's pretty simple. If you lower your boost level, then you increase power.
Let me re-explain here. So I have 6 keys for my movement: forward, back, left, right, up, and down. I have 2 keys for rotation. I have 3 keys just for my power alignment. I have my hotkey for my countermeasures. We got 2 types of countermeasures there, but I'll just say 1 for that. So at that, we're talking, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're talking just at that point, 12 hotkeys to be managing. Oh, I'm sorry, 13 for my weapons, My basic trigger, I'm not even counting any kind of weapon groups or switching to missile operator mode or anything like that. So 13 keys to be managing. That's getting a little convoluted.
Well, your movement keys, you should have memorized, right? AS, WD, control space, that's simple.
Sure.
The keys for power management, they're not in a good spot for the keyboard, so that's not great. But, I mean, you've got...
And I would argue that most people play with keyboard, not controller, not stick and throttle or stick
Gotta
and
let 'em
stick
finish,
or
Cam.
whatever. Sorry, go on.
So, they're not in a great spot. So, I agree with that. Control-wise, keyboard is not great for ships. But, I mean, that's going to be the case for any ship, regardless. Like, if you have a dedicated control system, like a joystick, you're going to be able to fly and control your ship better than someone who's on keyboard. That's just the way this game works. And there's no getting around that. So, if you're limited by your setup, then there's going to be some things that you can't do as well as someone who has a different setup. And it doesn't matter how they design ship control, there's always going to be that gap.
I guess, but that's a really odd argument that there's always going to be bad stuff, so just accept it. Huh?
Well,
no, the argument is that people that have dedicated controls for certain things are always going to be better at doing those things than you are because they have this
not necessarily. That argument only holds water if you accept that we have made the control system so convoluted that some control setups, for example, keyboard and mouse, which again, I would argue most of the player base, not all, but most, is in over 50%, are probably using keyboard and mouse here. And if you're going, well, hey, we've set it up so that it's perfect for stick and thought or stick and stick or stick and something else, but if you're using a controller or a keyboard and mouse, you're fucking screwed here because, sorry, we expect you to be doing 3-4 things at once.
Cam, you're arguing about something that I mean, just the physics involved with using a joystick makes you gives you an advantage
I'm not
on
arguing
the game.
that.
But
what I'm saying though,
well, that's what Data Machine's saying.
Well,
like,
it doesn't
the
sound
fact
like
that
it.
Think about it this way.
Can I finish?
Okay.
All
right.
Well, guys, one at a time, please.
Here. Yes, if you have, for example, if I have 2 joysticks, yes, you are inherently going to, generally speaking, assuming that you have learned your controls and you aren't, going like, oh shit, I forgot how to use this. But assuming you are learned your controls, yes, you are going to be a better pilot, generally speaking, than someone using keyboard and mouse, for example. I'm not arguing that. What I am saying, though, is that if your control setup is so convoluted that, and I think we can all agree that Star Citizen's control setup is relatively convoluted here. And we have, what, 2-3 modifier buttons to use across the whole keyboard?
Oh, yeah, it's a complete mess.
Yeah, but if the control setup is getting so convoluted that a argument could be made that, well, if you have 2 sticks with, a dozen buttons on each stick, you're fine. But if you're using a keyboard and mouse, which your average PC player is going to be using, they aren't going to be having several $100s worth of peripherals. I would argue then that your control setup is bad and needs to be looked at. If a argument could be made that, well, just use these really expensive peripherals to give yourself all these extra buttons and put yourself in a better situation. Not arguing that. Yes, if you have 2 sticks and I'm relatively experienced on that, I'm going to be a better pilot. But not talking about piloting skills, but just in terms of being able to use the hotkeys in a manageable fashion here. That's bad. That's really bad.
Well,
but I'm talking just mechanically. I'm not talking skill-wise. I'm talking mechanically. If it's getting to the point where keyboard and mouse is not your I don't want to say best option, but it's not a viable option here for your control setup. That is a bad control setup and needs to be looked at again.
They haven't. That's I guess what I was trying to argue earlier was I don't
Yeah,
think they've
that's
even
all I'm
figured it
saying.
out
Is that
themselves.
keyboard and mouse should be viable, just as controller should be viable. I don't know how the fuck they're gonna do that, but it should be viable. Also, Amanda, I have no idea where this last guy is.
No, I think
we
the
should head
mission's
back to
glitched.
the
I'm just
elevator
looting
and
now.
Ride it up and wait like a minute, and then head back down and see if anything happens.
Anyways,
Another one
I think the worry that I have, putting aside all that, is that it seems like they purposely want to make combat, regardless of input device that you're trying to use, they want to make combat slower and more interactive, which to me is the opposite of what combat, like ship design, is about.
And we
Like,
should
the whole
specify
point of HUD
dogfighting
was
combat we're
to-
talking about, not FPS combat.
Yes.
We are specifying dogfighting, just to clarify. Combat's a very broad term in a game where everything kill you.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if Mando had more.
No. Just one specific.
So the whole, but it now with this latest episode, now they're getting like, oh, we're talking to the experts about this stuff, and we're gonna get this thing fine dialed in. And to me, I'm just going, wait a minute, like, you guys
Where
are
are you
just
dialing
getting to this
into?
now. What have you been doing? Like, that should have been day one. Like, where's your HUD team? Why isn't your user interface part of this process? And so, you know, in designing what your ship HUD system looks like this is the kind of stuff you guys should have been doing from day one when you were looking at combat. And let's not forget, everything that we're getting in this game is being hobbled by the fact that Chris Roberts wants this to be like a World War II, combat sim, as far as the way the experience is perceived while you're sitting in your spaceship. And
we're in the future, but the combat style is still World War II to the point where I can see my enemy. You know, I'm dogfighting within visual range of my enemy, kind of thing.
Yeah, and basically what people don't realize is that while that makes for a great cinematic experience, i.e., Star Wars X-Wings and TIE fighters going at it, it's completely unrealistic as far as the way mechanics work. Insert the word physics if you don't like the word mechanics, but the way physics work and the way that combat ships are designed to work. They're designed to maximize the physics to get the kill. And as long as we're going to try and get this cinematic World War II experience, we're not going to get good combat experience, which means ship fighting is going to suck in one way for one side of the crowd or the other side of the crowd, as long as we're doing that. And the fact that they are now going and talking to real combat pilots, that's great. You should have been doing that at the beginning. But the most important thing is that doesn't matter, because everything that you're learning, Chris is going to throw. I'm being very generalist here, but essentially all that super technical skill and knowledge that you're learning from that combat fighter veteran, Chris is going to throw out the window, because he goes, yeah, but that's too technical and I don't like it, and it's not going to look cool when I can't see my ship, because you've learned how to shoot beyond visual range and make a BVR kill. That doesn't work for my game. So let's change the way the weapons work so that they have to get in closer. Oh, they're moving too fast to get the hits in. Well, let's slow them down so they can see them getting their hits in, because they want the combat experience. So that's all I'm getting at, is like, we're fucked no matter what.
Modern combat is, even nowadays, by and large, if we're talking first world, i.e., like, the American military, it's already beyond visual range.
Yeah.
Like we're talking, you know, I'm locking onto targets and firing a missile, and I'll never even see them. You know, by the time I get over to where they were, I'll just see a cloud of debris about a mile down as it's hitting the ground as I fly through where they had been at.
That's the whole reason we have the F-35
Yeah.
airplane. It's not that it can actually like dogfight better.
Because it
It's
can't.
that it's stealth and it's linked in with everyone else, so it can shoot you from beyond your visual range without you knowing it's there, because it's linked in, and boom, you're dead, and you never saw it coming. That's why it's such a lethal weapon. But if it was to actually be in, you know, dogfighting visual, you know, pilot to pilot with an A-10, the A-10 is probably going to kill it. But anyways.
Well, I think we can all agree from a gameplay perspective that getting killed out of nowhere is not fun.
I know, but so,
no, absolutely not.
That's the thing is, yeah, we want it to be realistic, but at the same time, it is still a game, and it has to be fun. And I'd rather have something that's fun over so realistic that it's unplayable because it's not fun.
Yes.
Also,
I would like happy metal.
I would also like to point out that they didn't say what kind of information that they were discussing with the experts. So we don't really know what aspect of the flight or the combat that they're getting feedback or recommendations from. I imagine it's probably going to be the close-in dogfighting because that is what they're focused on in Star Citizen. So.
Right, but even if they got that's why I was saying it doesn't matter, because if you actually get into the close-in combat fighting techniques even today, the F-16s, you know, going at it with each other, that's where it becomes so technical, and that's where it becomes even more critical, back to what Cam was saying, that you do not take your eyes off what you're doing and need to make adjustments. Like, the fewer adjustments that you make in combat that you have to concentrate on doing, the better combat you're gonna be. I'm not using my words properly, but like, your focus.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, if you have to focus on doing several tasks, you're going to be less good at doing everything than if you were just focused on doing one task.
Yeah,
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, for a multi-cruise ship, that's not really a problem. In fact, that's ideal gameplay, is that my co-pilot is focusing on, you know, adjusting power to weapons or shields or engines or whatever else. No, that's great. But for your single-seaters, which pretty much all of your beginner ships are single-seaters, that's going to be an issue if your ideal gameplay is messing around with these in the middle of combat. They're going to be at a huge disadvantage there, and to a degree should be at a disadvantage, but not to the point where you've already lost the fight before it's even begun.
Well, my argument that it's not very complex right now still stands. It's not that bad. Even for people that
I think there's a learning curve, but I don't think it's unbelievably
the amount
complex.
of controls that you have to utilize if you want to be competitive are not that bad to use. I mean, there's people that use keyboard and mouse, and they're some of the best dogfighters in the game right now. So it's not going to be for everybody.
Just
Everybody's
because
not
someone
going to
is good
excel.
doesn't mean everyone is.
Yeah, but there's always going to be that skill ceiling. There's going to be some things that other people are better at than you are, and you're just going to have to accept that.
Mando, are you shooting?
Yes, I found the gun.
I want the fiddly stuff. I want to be able to interact and do all the fiddly stuff, but I don't want it to be required to be done while in combat.
But
so,
in other words, it doesn't have to be done in combat. You'll be better at combat if you can do it on the fly, but you don't have to do any of it to still be effective. You're not going to be the best. You'll be like middle average, I guess.
Oh, I agree. Like that's. I guess I think one of the initial misunderstandings here is that what Cam was trying to say, and I kind of agree with him, is that we're not saying that is what's happening. What we're saying is it feels like that's what they're trying to go to, is that, like, we want you guys to be fiddling around more, and that's where we're saying that fiddling around more is fine if it's not during combat, but if you guys are going towards that, that's where it's a bad idea.
Fine. Yeah.
Did any of you ever play the old TIE Fighter game, or any of the games
Yes.
that are like TIE Fighter? So
Yes.
in that game, if you were played in the realistic mode, your ship can take damage. You had to manage your power. For shields, you had to manage your power for your weapons. And if you wanted to be really good at the game, you had to do that on the fly.
Right.
I personally, I enjoy that kind of gameplay, and I want it.
Yeah, Data. I'm not saying you shouldn't have to do anything in combat. That's not realistic.
I think
You're
the
saying
guys
you don't want to have to do 100 things, and I understand that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
I
that's
think
all,
that
all
you can
we're
have
saying
both,
is
though.
it seems like the devs are wanting to go towards that. We want you to constantly be having to do adjustments.
Like,
and we're just saying,
hey,
no.
I'm doing an attack run. Let me go and adjust my capacitor power over to weapons. Okay, I just did my attack run. Ooh, I'm being attacked in the middle of my attack run. Let me switch power over to shields. Like, that should never be a thing.
Why not? It's super easy. It's like 2 buttons.
It's not super easy because
shouldn't
now
be
I'm trying to.
You shouldn't be designing the game for that.
I'm trying to evade, which is moving in at least 2 directions, because moving in one direction you won't be evading, while also adjusting the capacitors, while also trying to line up the enemy as well. It's not conducive, again, for a single-seater, because, again, if we're talking a multi-crew ship, that should be the ideal. But for a single-seater, no, that's ridiculous.
If you were having to do micro adjustments every second, then I would agree with you. But it's not like that. I mean, most of the time, you have to do an adjustment every 30 to 40 seconds, maybe. If you're not taking any hits, you don't have to do any shield management at all.
Dad Machine, I think you're locking onto one thing. We're not saying that you shouldn't have to do adjustments. What we're saying is you shouldn't have to take your eyes off of what you're doing to make those adjustments. If your fingers
I would also argue that if you practiced enough, and if you want to be good, you need to practice, then you wouldn't have to move your eyes that much because you would already know where the controls are.
Get good isn't
No.
exactly a great argument.
Data, hold on. Data, we're not talking about like you having to look down at your keyboard. We're talking in game when you press a key, when you go to do something, your character looks over, reaches over, and touches, the key in game. Like, I don't want that, and I don't want to have to think about doing that, like as the character. That's been my argument.
Okay,
like,
but I agree with that 100%. That doesn't seem like what Cam's argument is.
Anyway, we're gonna have to disagree and see where they take this shit.
Honestly, here, let me just say this: you can have both. It's all about moderation. You can have a system where, you know, as just as the TIE Fighter game had, where you can, do system management while fighting, but it has to be in a way where it doesn't distract or take away from your concentration of what you are doing in the moment. It has to be an add-on, not a instead of. So I'm just going to end it with that, and then we can move on, because we've been on this.
I mean, that's the whole reason
there will be
for HUD
corpses
design,
on this
right?
hill.
But I'm just saying, like, and also when we were talking about how the experts they were talking about. So obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, in the recent episode of Inside Star Citizen, what the hell was it titled? Future of Space
Inside
Combat.
Star Citizen?
No, Inside Star Citizen, Future of Space Combat. So this way, people can look for the video if they want to. It's in the description if they want to just click it there. They talked about for preparation of combat how they consulted with Royal Air Force dogfighting experts, and they even studied some of John Boyd's Art of War work.
OODA loop. Not Sun Tzu.
Right. Well, John Boyd also made a. Didn't he also make a book called Art of War? Or am I blinking on the title? Art of Combat.
I believe his was Art of Combat, or anyways.
I have the book. Like, you actually recommended it to me a few years ago.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Do you have any kind of AOE weapon?
I got a grenade launcher.
Can you come down here and just try shooting some of the spawn doors with the grenade launcher? Because what I'm betting it is that the bad guys in one of the spawn closets. The door is not open, and so mission will not complete because the guy's protected by a fucking 4-inch steel door.
If you can do damage to NPCs, you got to be careful because there can also be friendlies that spawn in those rooms.
Yep, no, I know, but as it is, it's either that or abandon the mission as is. So,
But yeah, so they're talking, they're learning about the OODA loop, which is good. But again, that's also just like the whole concept of the OODA loop is about becoming faster at that process, which means cutting out things that are unnecessary to make faster decision circles.
It's like cutting out redundant designs in system management.
Yeah.
Well, we all want a complex game. You can't have a complex game without having complex controls. And as the game goes forward, and as they get feedback from people and see what works and what doesn't.
Well, that's the thing. At the end of the day, it all matters on implementation and how it's moderated, right? Like if it's something that's more like everything works in tandem and it all feels good, then it doesn't matter. Because if it works, it works. But
it just works. It just works.
Little Lies Stunning Shows. Yeah. I'm coming down. By the way.
Okay.
With the fever. No.
The spawn doors, but I don't think anything's really been happening. That or like I got like 3 NPCs bleeding out, but.
Oh, crap. Grenade launcher I have does not have any.
Gosh darn it.
There's another grenade launcher on your ship that I put there, so that one too.
It'd be nice if we would also like. Could we get some fucking waypoints for especially if it's like, hey, it's been 5 minutes since the last kill or 10 minutes since the last kill. Here's a waypoint showing you where the bad guy is. The friendlies were able to get the scanners in the base up and running and showed you where they are.
Once we get FPS radar, we won't need the game to tell us.
I think that grenade launcher has despawned into the Aether. Great.
Yeah, it sounds like your server might just be having some problems.
Probably.
As they are wont to do right now.
Yeah, that was, I guess, are we just leaving?
I mean, if you want to go and try... Do you have ammo for the grenade launcher?
Let me check. Thought I picked up a magazine at some point as well, so... Yes, I do.
Okay, go on in and try,
I did
also,
lose
like,
a grenade launcher, though.
90% of those weapons despawn because of fucking course they did. Like, honestly, these despawns are ridiculous. Can't save anything.
I put a shit ton of rifles on your ship, by the way.
Did you? I only saw the one.
No, they're in your inventory.
Oh, I gotcha.
Tell him 29 says good to see you.
Yep. Good to see you too, Tidlum. He's a cool dude. Does some comic book streams. So also they talked about turret gun. Pretty much they talked about all sorts of dogfighting and ship-based combat in ISC. That is why we were kvetching.
Hostiles running around, Mando. So how much ammo do you have?
I got 6, but I got another magazine. I got 12.
Okay, so here, there's one spawn door right here. Let's just do like 1 per.
Okay.
So what do you think of the turret stuff, Data Machine? That they talked about?
There's that. There's one over
well,
here.
I've got a problem with the way they've got weapons in the game, period, right now. I don't like the super fast machine gun lasers. I don't like that kind of gameplay. I would rather be slower firing but faster projectile weapons. And they're seeing why those weapons struggle with their example of the hammerhead not being able to hit anything after a certain range. And I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they are looking at that to increase the hammerhead's range.
Well, it's not just increasing the range though. It's a weapon design problem. in my opinion. I
Mm,
think the
true.
weapon should fire a lot slower, but be faster and maybe hit a little harder.
So cannons.
And one
Yeah,
part of the
I
problem,
would prefer cannon weapons over machine gun lasers.
well, part of the problem too.
Well,
is
why
that
not have
with
both?
The combat designed around this idea of World War II style combat, it brings those ranges in. Well, why wouldn't your weapons all be within 2 kilometers of firing? After that, it's really hard to see them. And if it's all intended to be visual targeting, but when you have giant spaceships and you want to also be able to support, fleet battles going on here, you need longer range targeting and being able to see enemies.
We need both. It's not just
Yeah.
a case of one or the other. We need both, and we need them both to have the right attention.
Yeah.
I think they're. I kind of agree though. Like, but I think it's going to be extremely hard to balance reality versus fun
Right there.
when you're basically trying to make two things that are not designed to work together. I think there's a high potential for getting it wrong.
Yeah, I mean they've got a steep hill to climb, and it's really hard because I think the expectations of combat have changed significantly in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Now we wait and see if anyone bleeds out.
They're talking about in-game data. Keep going.
And it's going to be hard to figure out how to bridge the gap or find the middle ground between having the visual quality and experience that they want and then making things function and be balanced in a way where they don't have the quote-unquote meta, which they're trying to avoid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Is they want to avoid the meta gameplay and the all the aspects externally.
I will say though that a lot of the things that we're talking about here might not even be an issue because we don't even have all the systems for the ships and components in the game yet. So
true.
Arguing that this needs to be this way and this needs to be that way is kind of a moot point until we get all the systems in game and see how they interact and function together.
Yep.
Well, that's why our keyboard layout is so completely effed up and hasn't been fixed ever, is because that's exactly what they're doing with those. Is like, we're not even going to try and organize this mess until we've put every command that we need it to do into the game.
Yeah,
and
it's
we only have mining
with alpha controls.
Yeah, we only have one actual thought out feature set, and that's mining. Imagine what think of all the different commands that you need for mining, and then think of what salvage is going to need. How many different keyboard commands is salvaging going to need when you get into what?
All of them.
Yeah. And that'll just be that. Now think about farming or science or botany or what those are all keyboard inputs to be able to do something unique.
Yeah, and personally, I wish and hope, I'm not expecting it, but I really hope that they have a deeper system for mining in the future because it's fun, but I don't think it's as complex or as deep as it could be, and it could still be fun to have more complexity in the system than just throttle control.
Point, laser, and shoot, yeah.
Yeah. But, if they add more complexity, that means the controls are going to have to be more complex. So, there can be a rabbit hole there.
Well, and they could definitely go and have just how they already have. We've got mining mode. And so it's like they can go and they've shown they can swap controls around based on what operator mode you are currently in.
It can be dynamic.
So it's like it could be that,
based on the vehicle you're in.
From control of the spaceship mode to mining mode, and now all of my keybinds are different. All of my controls are different because I'm now controlling the mining equipment and not the engines.
I agree with you, but think about it this way. How many people, if you're really into this game, that totally makes sense. but the average user is going to be like, wait a minute, you're saying I need to learn the commands, not just like every single key on my keyboard is being used right now, but if I press F1, everything on my keyboard just changed and it's a whole new set of commands. I got to learn that for like every other skill. Oh, that's way too hard, dude. I don't want to play DCS. I just want to space sim, man. Like that.
That's the beauty of the setup they have now, though, because I mean, theoretically, you wouldn't have to utilize all that stuff if you didn't want to, but it's there for people who want to deep dive and become really good.
But we only have one. That's how we started down this hole. Is we only have one thing in use right now, and that's mining. What happens? How many more keyboard commands is scrapping going to be? What about the sciences?
They can do it in an intelligent way and have keys that do similar things in the different modes. So it's not like you're having to learn a whole new setup for every different mode. Just the different modes would be controlled with the same keys in a familiar layout.
But that means that they're going to have to actually have all that shit. That's what I was getting at, is like that they're going to have all of that implemented to be able to figure out how to organize it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they can't organize it. Yeah, exactly. That's all I was saying is like,
well, I mean,
the reason
it's not
we
like
have the
they
cluster
haven't-
now. Sorry, go ahead, Cam.
They haven't gone and overhauled
I apologize for
the
talking.
entire. That's fine. It's not like they haven't overhauled the entire control system here before. They've done it several times over. But it's like, and I'm perfectly fine with them having complex controls. It's just when you're trying to have complex controls on top of your complex combat, which is supposed to be at least more leaning toward a skill base and not just I hit the right buttons in the right combo, but human reactions reacting to what we're seeing here and doing the right thing. Then you could also have too once we get to the point where, hey, we've got all the things in, and we can put in, if for any of you guys who have been in here since, what was it? I think 2.5, 2.4, back when they had the in-game tutorial. You guys remember that?
Yep. Vaguely, but I remember
that. And honestly, that was some cool stuff. Like they had a little NPC going and talking you through. Here's how you take off. Here's how you move. Here's how you calm the here's how you open up your comms panel. Here's how you use your weapons. All that kind of shit. Until it got too convoluted and controls kept changing too often for them to be able to, like, we're not going to keep up with this. There's no point. We're going to spend more time making these tutorials than we are making the game. But once we've got those in place, we could very well have, hey, press this button to turn on tutorial mode, and you're going to see hey, we see that you're in mining mode. Press this button to do this. Press this button to do that. And it can pull it all from your key bindings. So even if you remap shit, it'll tell you, what to do here.
Once they get a feature complete, so they're not going to add anything else.
Yeah.
Then they can go and make a tutorial. It's going to be a while, but I mean, it's a Star Citizen. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, once they get it in the game and it's complete, then they can create in-game tutorials for people who need that, and we'll walk them through the process of going through each system and how they function.
Let's see. I'm not really seeing any good missions here right now, Mando.
we can do some search missions just to get some more.
I did want to bring up one point where
Also, someone's flying around
have
us.
people that are really good at a specific thing, and they're going to say it's too easy, and you're going to have people that struggle with it, and they say it's too hard. So
yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, is finding the balance between that to the point where it's not you're only going to enjoy this if you're a person who's really in depth at your sims, and not hey, if I am that really in depth person, it's not fucking I push one button and that's it, and I'm sitting there going, man, this is fucking shallow as shit. What's even the point?
I don't know if you've watched Sorry,
Huh?
I don't know if you've watched any of the top dogfighters. Sometimes they stream on Twitch, but generally they don't have to modify any of their ship systems on the fly because they've got them where they need them, and they're good enough that they don't get hit that much. And really, the only time you would ever switch powered shields is after you're out of combat because your shields aren't going to regenerate while you're taking hits anyway. So
Yeah.
there's not a whole lot of stuff that you need to manage in your ship right now with combat, single seater, to be good at combat.
Hey, Mando, I just sent you a mission here for bounty hunting.
I'm waiting for it to load on my HUD. There we go. Got it. Yeah, you're saying?
So it should be for British Schiefelbein.
So if we're done with the dogfighting rabbit hole, there are two more things I want to talk about from ISC, and then we can move on. One is their short-term plans for re-adding G-force exhaustion and forcing players to consider even more consequences, which I always think is a good thing. And the other one being future archetypes such as anti-infantry, anti-missile, suppression, and unspecialized, as well as shield variation. Alright, that pretty much covers ISE, though. Again, honestly, the best thing, if you really want to know more about this and everything like that, I just watch the video. It's not that long. It's links in the description, and you can make up your own opinion, whether you agree with us or not.
Mando, if you want to get on a turret.
I'm on the turret. I just
Okay.
Front turret. Enter. I'm on rear, top turret.
Okay.
Hey, what's the keybind for the fire mode?
Yeah.
Like switching between staggered and.
Top of my head. Honestly, it was like F or S or something.
No, it's not F. I think it's either. I think it's like B or X. It should say.
No, X is gyro.
It's not G. I think that's gyro.
No.
It should be listed in the.
X is gyro now.
Layout thing and options.
Yeah, going vehicle turret movement. Here we are. Nope, turret advanced. Aha. X is gyro stabilization. Also, who just failed?
That was a call sign.
All right. He brings up a good point though. They also talked about flak suppression fields, which is interesting because that would be a new weapon type. Well, not a new weapon type, but a new damage type rather. Flak suppression field. Flak concept, EMP operator mode, which I'm not a huge fan of, honestly, because realistically, an EMP would really be like you're on your console, right, in your ship. It would just be like a button on your console. You press the charge up, and then maybe another button, if not the same one, to initiate the EMP. So, I'm not a huge fan of an operator mode for it. Again, multi-crew ship, sure. Single seat fighter, not so much. Like for instance, if you're on the Warden, right? Not the Warden, the Vanguard Sentinel. That's the right variant, right? If you're in the Vanguard Sentinel, then it makes sense. There's an engineering console in that ship. They can be the one operating the EMP. But in something like the Warlock or I think the Cyclone AA also has a EMP. I don't think that needs to have an operator mode. Although the Cyclone AA has a second seat, so maybe that person can have an operator mode.
Well, they're probably separating it into operator modes just to make it easier for them to set up the controls.
Yeah. Which I understand. I'm just saying I'm personally not a fan of it, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Like I've been able to manage missile operator mode and regular combat in the heat of dogfighting without any issues for several months now. So I'm just saying, if I had to get rid, I'd rather it just be a button or two that you can. That's really it. Also, they talked about auto gimbal is more stabilized for turrets. They'll be investigating and improve gimbals for turrets, adding staggered fire for pilots, which is great, honestly, because more options for how you fire would be great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, looking into buffing turrets, specifically the Hammerhead. There are long-term plans such as improving high-speed flight mode, ballistic ammo management, which we need more ammo for all of our guns. Because I love what they're doing with the new capacitor system and everything, but the ammo is just way too low. Seriously, where the hell am I gonna...
Sorry, he's right in front here. Let me...
Recenter turret is speed, that's good to know. Speed limiter, I don't want that. That's freaking... Oh, cycle fire... Okay, it's B. I'm not getting any HUD indicator, though, that I'm doing any change.
That's one. Not a buddy, though.
I'm also not able to scan, which is annoying.
Can turret scan?
Well, I mean, like, it's target, I mean. Okay, now I just exit the turret and re-enter, and it now works. What are we fighting?
That's an Avenger, I think.
Yeah, these turrets are great for fending off like AA guns when you're exiting exfiltration or
like
being chased. But
I mean, really, those turrets are more meant to be a defensive rather than offensive.
Yeah, like
or rather, it's like if you are actively in the fight, those turrets aren't going to help unless you have both of them manned and your pilot is focusing on flying and not fighting. Because then you've got essentially twice the firepower if both turrets are aiming at the same guy. Otherwise, you're going to just be defensive. Which, like I said, I like the look of the ship, but the functionality of it does leave something to be desired.
Yeah, but then again, it goes back into the whole, well, not every ship is meant for everyone.
True.
Also another thing from ISE this week. High-level goals, aiming for meaningful decision-making, giving the player data and options to act on, further defining the vehicles and item purpose, and obviously wanting to avoid meta-gameplay. But yeah, so anyway, moving on from that... So 315 Live, Deadly Consequences, obviously the major features, as we've talked about, death now brings major consequences, dropping items and requiring regeneration at a major hospital or clinic, health and healing mechanics for injury, down states, healing tools, drugs, hospitals, etc. Loot generation, so now there are loot crates, as you saw Cam and I looting that bunker willy-nilly just before. So now they have loot crates just everywhere, and they're randomly generated and have items in them, like guns and stuff. Again, you just saw fire bunkers. So. Personal inventory has a major upgrade, physicalizing all items and managing it. Knickknacks, what we glass at. New missions featuring infiltrate and defend objectives, as we just tried to do, even though it was glitched. New ships, including the Origin 400i Explorer and Crusader A2 Hercules Bomber, which we are currently flying in the former. Also, last week's IAE, we covered it last week. Mining gadgets. So we now allows players to mine more difficult rocks alone or using worse equipment. So if you're in a rock, or not a rock, prospector, and you see a rock that would normally be
rock. You're in a rented prospector, so you can't go and swap out the mining HUD. You're like, I just found this great Quantanium rock and I can't fucking mine it because this default mining HUD isn't strong enough. I brought some equipment with me.
Yep. And you can essentially
So,
make something
I
that
like it.
needs a mold to break apart be something that you can do alone in a prospector.
I really like that they're looking into that, because it
Because
does
you've been complaining about it.
provide the ability for that solo player and a rented prospector to take on those higher tier rocks. The trade-off being that I have to put more into the setup, both money and time. I have to go buy the equipment, get it on my ship, and then when I found the rock, now I got to go EVA out with the equipment, set it up, because there's going to be this little mini game with it. Okay, now I'm ready to go and mine the rock. Whereas if I had that fully upgraded prospector or a mole with several other people or a couple prospectors, me and my buddies, wouldn't have to do that. But it's options. And that's what I always love, is more options.
And speaking of options, there are going to be 6 different gadgets, each of which have different properties, and various levels of okay, this one breaks apart this type of rock and stuff like that, or it's better against this one's better against that sort of thing.
They're going to be doing similar things that also looks like to the current
laser heads.
Well, the heads, the attachments, and the consumables. It looks like it's another tier of that.
So yeah, and it's great because again, options are gamer's best friend. Once you have the mining gadget in place, you have to calibrate the device for the rock you placed it on, which I think is great because it adds just more gameplay. In the future, the Starfarer will be able to refine whatever the prospector or mole is harvesting on the spot together. Great, because fuel ship, so it can harvest fuel.
I'm really looking forward to that loop.
Yep, it gives it a new use.
The Starfarer now has this kind of unknown until now second ability. People are like, oh, it's a fuel hauler and a refinery for fuel. Now it's a refinery. So I think that does open up its versatility a lot more than if it had just been a dedicated fueling ship and fuel refinery.
Yeah. And again, it's going to be great because again, it adds more options and it allows players to work together to do something, and also makes it a little cheaper if you want to refine. There's that. Sprint report stuff from this is last week's ISE. So the sprint report was final pass completed on the Mercury Guild logos. So the mercenary guild is going to be essentially like the bounty hunter guilds, but for mercenary work. It's a in-universe regulatory establishment for mercenaries. Essentially, if you're not part of the mercenary guild in some capacity, odds are you're not really working. You're not a normal, regulated contractor and all that, and like unions essentially, except a bit more leeway. Drake Vulture in gray box phase. That's good. Head skin textures updated to a higher quality. I just got knocked on my ass. Customizable eyebrows planned, which I don't know why, but when I was watching the ISC and I read that, or when I heard that and saw it, I got oddly excited because honestly, the eyebrows I find myself customizing the brow on my character just to get a specific eyebrow look, but it messes your eyes and your forehead. But now you can do that separately. That'd be nice. And again, just more options for customization. New medium armor set is being worked on. Obviously, we got the Hurston Dynamics armor is going to be their new look as opposed to just using
Oh, and
old
then there's
marine armor.
that heavy armor. That's the heavy armor Arden version.
Yeah. Initial passes on graffiti and murals. And then we got new exterior concepts for Pyro Outlaw Space, which they did a whole Star Citizen Live episode about. And covered it in CitizenCon. Links in the description. Also, back to the October monthly report. The AI ships, they cleaned up bugs and polished on the Crusader Ares, along with several new paints. A regularly mentioned unannounced ship progressed through the pipeline in release prep. This might be the Argo ship that we saw teased. It might not. They did say unannounced, so I'm going with not, but you know what? There are so many ships that we don't know that exist or not, so who knows?
Titan armor win.
The Titan armor. UK team moved 3 ships through the final stages. The Banu Merchantman moved through White Box, which is a huge thing. Literally, it's a giant ship. Another new ship received its final tints and had bug fixed throughout. And the Miscalls A and C variants continued development. The weapon art team worked on Firestorm Kinetics, size 3 bombs for the Crusader Hercules, artwork for the upcoming ship tractor beam asset, and work on the mining gadgets, proximity mine and laser trip mine. The engine team worked on collision detecting during quantum travel, support for animated material textures, miscellaneous improvements to physics and graphic performance, improved development tools for profiling graphics and memory performance. So just a lot of performance updates, graphical updates, which you can kind of see in, again, 3.15 and how great it looks. I noticed a lot of another graphical improvement with the patch.
Yeah, and performance for me has generally been better across the board.
Yeah, like when we were at Crusader last night, I was kind of mind blown at how well my was running.
So Crusader for me is still really bad, but all the other locations.
It's been improved for me. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't great to begin with, so anything's an improvement. But like, it was an improvement, a noticeable improvement. You know? Cockpit's clear. Entire living quarters section is clear.
I just know that sometimes these guys can. I can't loot these guys, but I can grab their gear off of them. Just not the actual loot menu.
Yeah, I see that. Also on the monthly studio report, we've got the gameplay feature team. They focused on new item kiosks that will be selling that will add selling functionality so that we can sell items to shops. Like, I have a crap ton of guns in Cam's 400i right now. In the future, I'll be able to take those guns and sell them to the shop.
By the way, I cannot see those guns.
That is interesting. Also, why do I have a snow
only
texture?
apparently you can.
Yeah, they've got the inventories separated right now. They plan to put them together eventually, but
Yeah,
right
I hope that they don't do that, just because if I'm in my ship and Cam's in my ship and have a bunch of guns on my ship, I want Cam to be able to access those guns so that he can have access to guns on my ship. You got the
Yep.
Alright. Oh, that's why I still have the freaking the previous mission tracked. Why don't I have any markers for this? Wait, aren't we supposed to be looking for Zeta Prolonide?
No, I grabbed that mission by accident. We'll do that one after this, just so there's no reputation hit.
Let's see. Gameplay feature team also worked on let's see, major cargo refactor and the upcoming IAE, of course, which is it's this week.
It's gonna be Friday.
It starts Friday. Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Graphic.
The first chip manufacturers.
Anvil, as always. Anvil, and then I think RSI. Graphics and VFX programming, they have improvements to water volumes, including correctly simulating lighting underwater, which
That's cool.
I am super excited for because Cam and I have been speculating and theorizing about water and underwater gameplay for years now.
Yes. Subnautica win.
Yeah, right? Like, we're not joking when we say that.
Well, I mean, you've got base building. You've got underwater.
Some of the
We've got
ships
the
are
building
submersible.
blocks.
Like, some ships will be able to work underwater. Some, not all.
Yeah, no. I hope the Pisces is one of them.
I don't know about the Pisces. I know that the Freelancer is probably not one of them. I remember hearing something about the Vanguard being one of them, but again, this is all back when they were really talking about this stuff in like 2015, so it's all subject to change.
Really
and
don't even know how they're going to handle it yet. So.
No.
But regardless of which ships are submersible, you can be guaranteed that we'll be getting underwater specific vehicles and boats and submarine style ships. Regardless, anyways, you know, like, not just the ships we already have. We're getting new stuff too. So there's that.
We'll probably have submersible bikes.
That would be cool. Yeah, just like Subnautica.
Yeah.
Or something similar. But like, imagine like an actual bike, like
I still want to see a bike, like a hover bike. So think like a Nox, but that fully envelops the pilot, i.e., like a Tron bike.
Right, like an old school Tron bike.
Yeah.
Not the Tron Legacy bike. Both of which are cool, and I do want to see both.
Yeah.
Like a similar, like something that's similarly designed to both in game in some capacity, but
Just
like
a
old school
old
Tron bike. Yes, definitely. The Origin, the Origin X1 is the closest thing we have to it, but it's still not fully enclosed.
Nope.
Let's see. They also began working. They made changes to the material system. More systems being converted to Gen 12 renderer, including a large refactor of the texture samplers and new light animation work and supports for the fire feature. Like fire propagation. Hooray. Locations. We got finishing off work on Lorville and Area 18's hospitals. This way we have hospitals on those planets. Iterated on the white box for Levski's hospital.
I'm kind of dreading the Hurston hospital because that means I'm going to have to spawn on the planet instead of the space station.
Yep. Oh, am I going to be...
only once.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot you can change your...
Honestly, I had really decent performance on ArcCorp, so I'm not worried about it for me, but yeah, I can understand for others how it'd be like, oh man.
Well, it's not about the performance for me, it's just about the...
But essentially just once, and then you have to, once you leave, you can set it, I'm going to go to Crusader L1, that's going to be my spawn, or whatever. You know, or I'm going to set my spawn to Hurston L3 or something.
Marker's pointing me to the other spar here, so I'm going to EVI over there.
I'm just moving all of my weapons here. Except it's not moving any of my weapons. Except it is? What? Oh, filters. No, me being stupid because of filters.
I admit though, I am kind of hoping with IAE being at New Babbage again, I'm hoping that the elevators going from the tram to the spaceport break again, so I can be sitting there with my Pisces
ferrying people.
Pilot. I do hope once PO or once they're like, oh hey, Port Olisar doesn't have a clinic, let's add a clinic there. I hope they keep Port Olisar, like the at least the general look and feel of Port Olisar the same. Obviously, the interiors need to be updated here, but
Well, essentially, we don't want the magic of what makes Port Olisar to go away.
exactly. Like I would be fine if they made it so it's like, okay, instead of there being the 4 separate hubs here, A, B, C, and D, I would be fine if they were like, okay, we're gonna make just one, and there's going to be like,
it's like even
so if you
massive.
connect them all up. It's fine if you want to go and keep the spars, but it shouldn't have the like all the duplicated stores here.
If you're gonna have duplicate stores, then like oh, there's 2 gun shops, but one is live fire weapons and the other one is center mass or something. Similar to what R-Corp has. This way, it's 2 competing stores as opposed to just 2 of the same chain at the same location, right next to each other.
I would be ecstatic if it was like, hey, there's 2 different stores with 2 different sets of product here.
Like R-Corp.
Oh yes.
Because that's what I like R-Corp for that, because it's supposed to be this commercial hub where everyone and anyone goes to sell something or buy something. And if you're there, it makes sense. Oh, there's multiple gun stores of different chains and such because, well, there's
multiple gun stores at R-Corp?
They're competing. They have different stuff.
Are there different? I thought.
There's a center mass and there's the Cubby Blast.
I know. Okay, which one's right outside of the
Cubby Blast?
The Habs, because that's the one I always go to.
Yeah, same. Center mass is in the R-Corp Plaza building, IO North Tower.
Oh yeah, well that's ship weapons though.
No, it's both.
Yeah, they've got FPS weapons.
It's both.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's the same. Again, it's the same exact store as on Microtech and New Beverage.
Okay.
Center mass is the chain. And they have ads for center mass all over the frickin' place too, as well as Cubby Plus. But I just like that because it makes it feel like more real. Let's see, what else did they talk about? Graphics, locations. Worked on derelict ships version 1, gathering ship parts around the planet with materials or loot inside. Okay, so I don't think that's in yet. At least not in the way that we have loot right now. But they're still using, you have like a box of ore or a box of hydrogen stuff is still scattered across wrecks. That's always been there. And that's still there, so. But they don't have loot crates like we have in the bunkers yet. Systemic services and tools wrapped up work on the economy, tools, and AI simulation, as well as progressed on NPC spawning and tracking. Tech animation upgraded the head creation and animation pipeline, or not for character customization stuff. I mean, it is for that, but not for our side of it. Like them creating the heads for us to use is what they're working.
No, we've sorely needed some updates.
New heads, yes.
Creation for years.
I can't wait for facial hair.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. Also, more, not just different hairstyles, but different hair color variations. Like, say you want to give your character gray temples, but like, brown hair or black hair or something.
Yeah, give yourself that.
Like, I want that Nick Fury look, damn it. Classic Nick Fury with the gray temples and the brown hair. So yeah, there's that. The UI team worked on UI, go figure, for refueling and mining gadgets. Converted ASOP terminals, which is the terminals that we use for spawning our ships, to using building blocks, which is their new UI system, which is great. Allows them for more freedom. Added updated door controls to the latest ships. Vehicle tech worked on landing gear, radar, and scanning repair, and door control panel interactions, and incorporated feedback on the radar and scanning improvements. And lastly, for the monthly studio report of October 2021, the VFX team completed full passes on several new ships, including the Crusader Ares variants and their weapons. And work continued on the size 10 bomb explosion visuals.
Boom.
As well as planetary ground storm effects were rebalanced. And again, links to this in the description. If you want to read the full thing yourself. But I gotta say, it's
Had 8 done.
where did we go?
It stored the ship.
Oh, because I was in third person, and well, it was a little wonky. Like, I was just looking in space with. It was weird.
But yeah, it's 8 ton.
Okay. I don't have a marker for you anymore.
Yeah, you might lose it when you get teleported back into the station.
Hopefully, if it doesn't, yeah, I see him. It's not resetting, so we can redo the party.
I assume that's you, Mando?
Yes.
Yep.
Gaudy, pink and silver.
Sure.
And actually, it looks kind of stylish.
For varying definitions of the word stylish.
Well, I mean, I like the chrome look. I just
How dare you?
wish it wasn't pink. Red or blue would be real, like electric blue. That would be cool. But
You want to head over to Security Post Korea and just do some looting?
yeah, why not?
I'm gonna see if the mission there is up at all.
Let's see. Also, oh, we didn't talk about the easy anti-cheat coming to Alpha 3.15.1.
Yes.
So for anyone who don't know what for anyone who doesn't know what Easy Anti-Cheat is, it is a anti-cheat software used by many games, including Halo: The Master Chief Collection. And it's essentially a anti-modding tool. Just to put it in layman's terms, essentially, if you're, say, just again using the Master Chief Collection for an example, because it's really the only game I played that has it, that I'm aware of. Anytime you want to play a mod in the Master Chief Collection, you cannot play with anti-easy cheat on.
Well, they did actually make a version of the launcher for the game that will not use easy anti-cheat, but prevents you from playing with the players who do use easy anti-cheat.
Right, so this way you're in a segmented server separate from the main game, which is the original idea for Star Citizen, because Star Citizen, they did say they were going to have mod tools, and they were going to have modding. And
so if you want to have your Star Wars Galaxy ship in there,
it would be on a private server, essentially. Like when they were initially talking about modding way back when, they talked about how modding would be on private servers, and anything you do in those servers won't obviously affect your the main game, the PU. It won't. No progress would be made there, but it would be essentially a way for you to play Star Citizen heavily modded. Like if you wanted to play, Halo, Star Citizen Halo mod, right, or something like, or Star Trek or Star Wars or whatever.
40K or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Star Trek, whatever you're.
Fallout, even. Everyone's flying around in the mothership Zetas. But any mods would be on a private server. So this is, I guess, their first implementation of that, but not because they wanted to have modding in right now, but because of people using mods and essentially hacking to cheat their way through the game. So but anti-cheat, it does have a lot of cons as well, but I guess it depends on just...
Is it kernel level?
What was that?
Is it kernel level?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if it's kernel level or not. That's obviously one of the bigger cons with just DRM style softwares in general, and I'm not a fan of DRM softwares. I feel like there's better ways to go about policing your servers from cheaters and hackers, but I guess we'll wait and see. And again, look, if it's really bad, we can give feedback and hopefully they'll listen. But yeah, so Star Citizen starting in Alpha 3.15.1, which is currently in the PTU, it will have easy anti-cheat to mitigate hacking and cheating. It's important to note that this is our, and they wrote that this is important to note that this is our first proper implementation of anti-cheat, which means there may be edge case issues, and the service will become more robust over time. We encourage you to share your feedback in our dedicated feedback thread, which we'll publish when the anti-cheat goes live. So, there you go. So they're literally begging for feedback. That's good.
I love it when they beg.
Because he beg, hey! Mean. So yeah, again, at least when it comes to like MCC, whenever you're playing mods, like if Cam and I wanted to play Cursed Halo, right, by Inferno Plus together, then we would have to load up the Master Chief Collection without anti-cheat on, which means that anything we do won't be considered progress and stuff like that. So, but we'll be able to play the mod together and everything.
Yep. Now, bearing in mind, I should note too, when we're saying it won't progress, it won't give you progress on your, oh hey, a Novikov helmet. Alright.
Yeah, I've seen Novikov helmets in loot boxes before. Hey, my favorite gun.
But when we're saying that it won't have progress on your main Star Citizen account. You will still have if you're on a modded server, you're still going to be able to have the same progression that you would have in the main game with your modded character. Just it's going to be considered a completely separate character with a completely separate progress meter and bank account and all that kind of shit.
Well, before you go too deep into what you think it's going to be, we should say that we don't really know what the plan is.
True.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to be in Star Citizen's case, but in Halo's case, it's essentially once you load in without anti-cheat, you're essentially just, anything you do in the game, like, oh, I'm going to be playing some, well, first off, you can't play any matchmaking at all. Only custom games and the campaigns. But also anything you do, like, oh, I wanted to complete this challenge or whatever, right? Like using like an ODST, you want to use the challenge where you only use the silenced weapons to kill people. You can't do that because none of the challenges you do will be completed because anti-cheat's off. Yeah, so it's essentially like you're playing offline to their server. It's annoying, but understandable, I guess. It's just, again, I just feel like there are better ways to implement this sort of thing. In Halo, it's not as bad, but I feel for Star Citizen, because, again, Halo isn't exclusively online. Star Citizen is. So I feel like there's a better way to go about it, but again, we'll have to wait and see, because I could be completely wrong, and it could be implemented fantastically, and I have nothing to complain about, but I also haven't tried the PTU yet, so I have no idea. But I just figured it was worth noting, and I wanted to bring up the pros and cons of anti. Is this box empty? No.
There's just a random body on the stairwell.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Looks like a Crusader guy that got looted.
Yeah. There's a lot of freaking knives.
Yeah, I also got some S71 ammo. By the way, on the topic of Halo, it is today the 20th anniversary of Halo and Xbox.
And because of that?
The Halo Infinite multiplayer beta just went live today. Which essentially, I'm taking this as essentially Halo Infinite's multiplayer just released today. Because, let's be honest, I found that Novikov helmet.
It does say it is beta, but...
They say it's beta, but then again, you know, Call of Duty, Battlefield, they all have these betas, but they're pretty much just early release dates. And they release unfinished because these games are pretty much alphas.
Well, the
posing
latest
as...
Battlefield beta was definitely not a release candidate.
No, that was an actual beta though, because it's not out yet. You can't play it anymore because it was limited time.
But yeah, too many of these guys are releasing just unfinished product simply because they can. And people...
It's
people
essentially,
still
oh look,
sell-
it's a
people still buy them,
beta,
people still pay
but
for
it's
it.
not a beta.
Hey Mando, you want a Demon Fang knife?
It is just a really shitty release.
Mando, you want a Demon Fang?
I think I have one, but I can always take more.
It's in the...
Do you hear that?
room. What? I heard like a console kind of go like beep 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 beep.
I heard the guns going off.
I did not hear that, but I will be alert.
But I don't hear them anymore, so...
So that means
And
if we were to
check,
stay
hey,
alone,
check
there were
check your
about
HUD. Is your
people,
ship still there? Yeah, it's still there.
But I am hearing the guns now. To the second floor. Away.
I'm on the second floor. My floor. Get your own floor. Hey, I found a interesting undersuit. Imperial Red. Also, we got a trailer for the Halo TV series, finally.
Ugh.
Yeah, I just put it into Discord. I haven't watched it yet. I literally just got the notification for it, so...
Mando.
we'll probably watch it later.
Here's a Star Wars quote for you, Mando.
The
The guns, they've stopped firing. I thought of that, and I was just like, you know, the guns, they stopped firing. And I'm like, wait a minute. And that's not necessarily a good thing.
Nope.
I do still hear the guns going.
Got a bat. I hear the guns again. Probably either NPC pirates spawned in the area, which happens here, or there's a player who has a crime stat.
Are you guys at a security outpost? Like
Korea.
We're at Korea.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Unique ×3 holographic sight. And a Karna battery. 4.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
Where's the cardboard box? That's gonna trap me. Gallant, I'll take that.
You couldn't fight your way out of a cardboard box. Oh yeah? Yeah. I've got your help.
×4. Go.
Although, honestly, it would be a hilarious moment to have when we're talking probably years ahead of here. But you know, you're trying to attack an outpost or defend an outpost, stuff like that, and you're just like, the guns, they stopped firing. and then you just have some you know, uber bad guy rolling, and you're just like, oh no.
Hey Cam, did you lose a FS9 magazine?
I reloaded. So
Oh,
I guess
okay.
technically.
I think I'm good. You?
There's a few more boxes here on level 3 I'm going at.
I just looted those. I left stuff for you though. Don't worry. Don't worry. I left stuff.
Okay.
Took all the knives though. Like me blades.
Any paladin helmets? Because this is where
I found a box in level 1. It has an undersuit though.
Yeah, there was.
I like the color pattern. I'm not a fan of the colors themselves. Oh, there's a naked chick here.
I guess it was some kind of party, huh?
Yes, so that explains the guy on the stairs, doesn't it?
Might.
We have the server mesh Q&A, which was really awesome. So pretty much, they talked about what server meshing will be. When is it going to
I
be?
just heard something go boom.
It's
Marker for my ship is gone.
Oh crap! Yeah. See that? How?
How? Well, someone blew it up. Presumably. That would be my assumption anyway.
Well, I mean, like, how did it blow up?
I would presume someone shot at it until it went boom.
Yes, but like, was it the station or was it another player?
I assume it's not the station because I don't have a crime stat. Do you?
Nope.
All right. Well then.
Well, I'm going to one of the airlocks. I'm going to investigate externally.
I'm going over to. I'm on level 3 and I'm heading out.
All right. I'm at the left airlock, I guess. If you're facing the airlocks.
A lot more comfortable for me if I was in my nice slate gray armor, not fucking canary yellow.
Yeah. Well, at least you're not in metallic pink.
You still got some gray highlights. You'll be fine.
Yeah. I guess I am still better off than you are, aren't I? Ow.
What happened?
I clicked on cycle airlock and I had the grenade launcher out and it fired as I cycled the airlock and now I'm incapacitated.
Okay. Which airlock were you at?
Top left.
Which floor?
Third.
Okay.
Man, don't forget to take safety on.
I heard that boom and I'm just like, what was that?
Alright, don't interact with anything with the grenade launcher out. Not if you value your life.
I mean, do we need to get? You know, it's funny. I actually have a marker for you that shows the little, like a little heartbeat symbol and a. I'm taking.
I have. Oh, by the way, take your time. I have an hour.
Yeah, well.
Continue your looting spree.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Q&A for server meshing was great. We got. So first question was, when will we see persistent streaming and server meshing in the PU? To which the answer was version 1 of persistent streaming and the replication layer between would be between Q1 and Q2 of next year. Static server meshing should follow up between Q3 and Q4 of next year. So 2022. What is the current state of the server meshing? The state is very advanced. I see. Most of the work for server meshing has already been done. However, work still needs to be done to create a mesh. This work has already started. Will take well into next year to complete. The next server meshing is also being worked on in parallel. Pretty much, essentially, we're getting it next year. We're going to get it with Pyro. They've talked about that. It's, again, just really cool stuff. Also, thanks. And I just dropped my... here, you want that?
Nope. I don't need those problems. Oh yeah, apparently there's a current glitch where you can have 4 weapons equipped.
Yeah, that's what I have right now.
Yeah, I've got I think 3 right now. But yeah, so
It's nice for transportation.
We're a little screwed on that.
Fine if it was like, hey, the weapon is strapped down, you can only access your 2 primaries at once, and the other 2 are just like cargo strapped down. Perfectly acceptable.
But it's not the case that I can access all of them.
Sure. Well, yeah, and like I said, I would be perfectly fine if down the line, if they're like, okay, if you have a backpack on and you have like a medium or heavy torso piece on, you can have 2 weapons on your back and 2 weapons on the backpack, but you can only access the ones on the backpack. The 2 on your back are locked in place. I would be A-okay with that.
I really just want them to give us like a little grab lev buggy we can push around.
That would be nice. D-Machine, are you in game at all?
I'm doing some mining right now.
Okay. Where at? Just because we could use a pick-you-up?
I don't know if I'm in the same server as you guys, and I'm out in the Halo Belt.
Okay.
Close to Hurston.
Okay.
Hey Cam, I'm thirsty.
Hi, Thirsty. I'm Cam. Hey, man.
By the way, my med tool is currently the attachment on the multi-tool.
That's fine.
No idea how to use it.
You pull it out, you aim it, you pull the trigger.
Well, I meant
Yeah,
like
it's
I can't
Pretty
administer
fucking
drugs.
foolproof. I won't say fully, but pretty fucking foolproof.
Yeah. At least with the med gun, you can administer dosages. I can't do that here. Setting up a beacon.
Yup.
Well, we could talk about server meshing some more. One of the questions was, how do you plan on managing a large ship? So something like a large ship like a Javelin. Like, would the Javelin have its own server with dynamic server meshing? And they say with dynamic server meshing, it's possible that a large ship like a Javelin could have its own server. However, this might not always be the case because they don't want to have a very strict, inflexible system, because that's just not performance-wise a good idea. Because say you have a Javelin, but there's only like 2 people on it, right? And it has its own server. You're misusing all those resources, the misallocation of resources, because it's way too much for that little. And say you have a shit ton of people on a Javelin. Like, say the Javelin might need more than one server to run it if there's like 100 players on it. And if you only have one server, then you have the opposite problem. So that they're gonna make it actually dynamic server meshing, not just, oh, this thing gets 1 server, this thing gets 2 servers, this thing gets half a server.
Area 18 gets 1 server. And
it's gonna be dynamic. It will reallocate resources where it needs to. Depending on what's happening.
When they get to the dynamic point,
right?
The first iteration of server meshing is going to be static, so they'll have.
Yes.
Well, they haven't said how many, but.
Yes, but the question was, would one ship have 1 server? No. It'll have as many servers as it needs.
Any ship big enough to need a full server in the game.
Well, a Javelin would be big enough to.
Well, I mean, Javelins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mando,
but
you coming?
it's.
Well, the question did say, like, a Javelin. Would a Javelin need a full server?
Yeah, but that's assuming that you can crew it, which we can't.
Right.
Sure.
Well, I think the question was in general, like, would it need a full server? Which it will, and it may need multiple, depending on how many people are on it and all that. Oh, I don't think I got this box before, did I?
The box?
Just found a box. The next question was... how many players will be able to see each other? From a client view, it's mainly dictated by... the answer was... it's dictated by the game client, and it also depends on the scenario. Vulkan should improve how many players we can render, while game code optimizations should increase the number of game objects we can simulate. We expect to support scenarios where 100 players can see each other at a reasonable frame rate.
Mando, where'd you go?
I'm still on the 3rd floor.
Okay, where on the 3rd floor?
I'm right here, behind you.
Oh. Here.
Oh, I'm good. I have water as well. Oh.
Dang it. Did it disappear?
Yeah.
Of course it did. Man, this despawn is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, Data and I
If
were...
you do any trading, you need to do it in a ship. It has less a chance of...
Well, that would be nice if we had a ship.
Mm-hmm.
You could always call for a rescue.
Already did. Meanwhile, Amanda was staring contemplatively at the floor.
I'm trying to get
Tell
a
me,
water
Floor,
bottle to go in my
what
hands.
secrets do you have?
What was that?
Tell us!
I'm trying to get my water bottle to go into my hands, but it's not working. I think I just lost one.
Yeah, honestly, just the amount of times I've fucking lost shit just because the game's like, yeah, poof.
And this has been an
Fortunately,
issue forever.
I
This is
know
not.
it's-
This is not exclusive to the new system. This is.
No, it's not. It's. I can say with a decent amount of certainty that's pretty much just server desync.
Yep.
But.
So I now just lost 2 bottles of water because I put them in my hand and they're not in my hand.
Have you tried standing up and swirling around and then look at your hand and poof? Your
Sounds
hand
like you
is
guys
water.
are better off just going to main menu and relaunching.
Well, probably.
Nope. But my gun's on the floor now.
Sounds like our ride's about here, so you might want to get your helmet on.
I just dropped my gun again.
There's also a Lumen 5 SMG in the airlock.
Yeah, I put that there.
Okay. Alright, Mando, sheath your weapon. Come on. Don't want to greet our pilot with drawn weapons.
I'm trying to store this on my back, but it keeps dropping it. I have to carry it like a little baby.
The baby.
Dango ate my baby.
Hello. Wow, that was a great landing spot.
Oh wow. Hey, look, it's a wee woo.
Where the hell are the seats in this?
I don't think it has. Also, I can't close the doors for him, so there's that.
Nah, it's fine.
I can close the airlock doors though.
Here, I'll sit in the bed if you want to sit in the co-pilot seat.
Alright, I'm just gonna have to. Here, I can reward him with a gun.
Just do it fast, because he's about to take off.
Wait, do I have 2 freaking rocket launchers right now?
No, this is not the time to be doing inventory fuckery. Are you able to sit down?
I'm not able to sit on the top bunk, no.
Go for the co-pilot chair.
Alright, there's also the turret.
You know, get in the turret too, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Raggy. Oh, okay. No, there's just some massive desync because I thought it was a 30k. Wow. That's bad.
It happens sometimes when people go and start up a quantum jump. It takes a server a hot minute to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Let's see what else. Players. If I make a base, will my base be reflected on other shards? So for those who don't know, the shard can be like a digital server. The answer to that is yes. However, only one shard will have an active version of the base, with the other shard spawning a limited access read-only version.
Meaning, and to kind of clarify what they mean by that, meaning that if I, let's say if it's my base, and I'm running around and just doing some general, like, inventory management, or just kind of fucking around, and just, I'm actively in the base. That's going to be the active version of it. If someone on the same shard that I'm on goes to attack my base, I'm going to go and have to fight them off. However, if someone else on a different shard comes up, they're going to be able to see my base. They're going to be able to go and be able to see, like, you know, if I've built different parts of it out or done any customization to it, if there's anything like that. They're going to be able to see all that. However, they are not going to see me running around in it because I'm on a different shard. They're going to see essentially an abandoned base and won't be able to fuck with it because...
Hey, I'm still on board this sucker's ship.
What's that?
I'm still on board this guy's ship. The door wouldn't open for me.
Oh. Oops.
Alright, I'm out now. If you ain't the rest of the
We're
way.
gonna have
Sorry, you were
a
saying.
little bit of a trip back there. But essentially, so what it meant by there's only one active shard is that, so as they were saying with the server shards, only one shard is active, meaning this is where the things are happening. All the others are, so essentially that shard has both read and write access to that data of the location. Everyone else is only going to have read access to it. Now, for some areas, and this is why they were saying for large areas, you're going to have, when there's first implementation here, you're going to have, at minimum, several large shards, but that players are going to be coming in and out from, because otherwise you would have it to where, well, hey, I'm at area 18 and I can't go and get my ship because there's 150 people ahead of me all using the hangars at once. That would be really bad. So there is going to be some amount of leeway back and forth, and you know, some of this stuff won't be as black and white as it might otherwise seem. But generally speaking, you know, if you're in like a cave, for example, and you're going there and exploring stuff, and you find some bad guys in the cave, and you have a huge firefight in the cave, etc., your shard is going to be the active shard there. If someone else comes along, they might see the other bodies there, but, or rather, if someone is on another shard, they might not even see the bodies. They might only see just an empty cave. Because for them, that event hasn't jumped up yet, and so they aren't going to be seeing that you are in that same location, fighting off a swarm of hungry cave spiders who want to feast on your succulent flesh. They're going to just see an empty cave.
So with Tony Zervik's probability volumes, and once they get server meshing working properly, there's potential that if someone is on a separate shard than you, and you go to a cave system, if there's nobody else there and the shards are in close enough proximity or whatever, there's potential that you could get moved over into that shard so that you have an interaction with another person.
Yes. So that way, because it's like, well, hey, it's better that if you have two people in this cave, it's probably better that they see each other here than keeping them separate and only seeing a single lonely cave. Because at that point also too, you're saving on server resources.
Yeah.
You have one shard for both players versus two shards, one for each player for this cave.
So I guess we need to clarify that shards are probably going to be made up of multiple server meshes. So I'm not sure how that'll function, but
yeah, but essentially a shard, to a degree, you could see a shard as the new server as we think of it now.
He's a modern contact.
basically they're going to have regions. Each region is going to have multiple shards. I think is the way they described it, setting up initially. One thing of interest that they did say in that talk is that people who have really high ping have a negative effect on everyone else in the server currently, and there is no way for them to rectify that at the moment.
And if I remember right, the reason for that being that, as it is right now, when stuff goes to and from the server, it's essentially it to a degree. There's some stuff that can be run concurrently, that it can go and be like, well, hey, I'm doing this and this at once. But there's some stuff where it's like, well, if I want to do this, I have to do, you know, this, and this have all put in requests for information. And if one of those requests for information is going out to a high ping player, obviously it's going to take a lot longer.
Yeah, it's got to wait for the response. Yeah.
Everyone else. Therefore, that being the issue, that, you know, if you have that high ping player doing anything in the game, everyone else is kind of playing to their tune because their traffic is taking longer. And it is what it is.
Also on, so that was stuff like, that was the base thing. Is it true end goal one single shard? Is it true the end goal is one single shard for all players? Which the answer was, that is our ambition. There's a much longer answer, but the short answer is that is the goal. One single shard for all players.
Maybe
the problem is
which is essentially what means is one instant for everyone to be playing together. That is the goal.
It will, and I will note too. So, in regards to having a single shard for the entire world, you still, of course, have issues of, you know, some players are going to be across the world from each other or on lower end connections. That's always going to be an issue. However, that can be alleviated at least to some degree because since one, CIG is using Lumberyard, which is essentially just Amazon's branch of CryEngine. Now, bearing in mind that CIG have heavily modified their version
into a new engine called STAR-Engine.
What version their editions sit on? It's also just CryEngine here, but they're using Lumberyard from Amazon, and they are using Amazon for their servers. They're using the Amazon Web Servers
for web services,
to provide all of the servers, and that's what they're going to be using for when we have all the shards and stuff for spinning up and spooling down servers. They're going to be using Amazon services for that. One of the things that Amazon's servers have, as I understand it, is that all of Amazon's data centers, so that's their regional locations to where all of the connections are going for their web services, those regional locations have a super fast connection to each other. So that means that essentially it's no longer just if I have a higher low ping to, it's no longer that, well, if I'm playing with people, I'm over in Australia and I'm playing with people in the US, obviously there's going to be an issue there. But if you have a connection to one of Amazon's regional hubs, because of their super fast connections, because they have dedicated lines running just from one of their data centers to their other data centers, it's going to be a lot faster now. It won't completely alleviate, having a high ping or anything like that, but it alleviates some of the issue of having a really high ping because players are, across the road from each other. So that's one thing they are doing to alleviate that, because unlike with other game services, to where, hey, you connect to their service, and now their traffic for the game has to go through the same regular internet highway that everyone else does. Amazon has essentially a dedicated highway that they've built just for themselves for their traffic. So that helps a bit, and that's one of the things they're relying on moving forward for this kind of stuff to work toward that global shard, as I understand it.
All right. Next question was, will the economy of the universe be independent or joined in every shard? And the answer is, economy will be global and reflected in each shard. What? God damn it. Off. Don't call scammers and what have you. Then we had, what will prevent large groups ending in echo chamber shards? And then the answer is, players will not be permanently assigned to shards. A new matchmaking system is also in development, allowing us to match players to shards based on multiple parameters. Region, I'm sure, being one of them.
Yes.
Will your
Because
character...
bearing in mind that the initial implementation of these shards is going to be static server meshing, meaning that all of these shards are being created and set up manually. This is not dynamic yet. But yeah, go on, Anna.
What was it? Will your character and ship always be in game when you have left?
Well,
no.
Hold on. So we were talking about the last data point. We were talking about making sure players don't end up with like an echo chamber kind of thing, to where, for example, that, well, hey, I'm a lawful player, and I'm only in a server with lawful players, but if I'm a bounty hunter, that's not going to work for me. I need people to bounty hunt, right? Which means I need criminal players. So, and they said they would be able to take into account things like criminal status of players, things like their reputation with different factions, and make sure that there is a diverse type of player base on each shard, so you don't end up with, hey, we're all criminal players looking to go and fuck some people up who are mining, and there's 0 miners on this shard, and it's like, well, that didn't work out.
Yeah, you okay?
Yep. Why?
Just heard you make a noise before.
Oh. Am I hot micing?
I don't think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Canada.
I'm good.
He's good, I'm good, you're good, we're good. Something hamster dance?
Oh god. The dance. That's old. That brings me back.
Old.
I know, right? It's like, I remember when that came out.
They're looking back at, like, not to jump topics here, but on the whole Halo thing.
Yeah, right?
And I'm seeing, Halo coming out, and I'm just going, what is this? This is not the Halo I grew up with, and it's almost painful to realize, but it's like, I am no longer the target audience.
Nope. And that's the worst part about it, I think. Is that they're not trying to get...
We've aged out, or just they've changed.
I don't think it's an aged out problem. I think it's that they're changing it, because if it was an aged out thing, then we probably would have aged out as well. Like, aged out usually, not always, usually works both ways.
They're aiming for a different demographic, and what the younger people are into now is not what we were into or are into.
Yeah.
So to
in
that
effect,
certain
we
degree.
are being aged out. Yeah. The younger generation is the target audience, and what they experienced growing up was different than what we experienced. So
Right.
what they want or expect in a game is different than what we
Yes.
want or expect.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm just not a fan because of the whole, like, well, Halo's never really been a kid's game. Always rated M, and now they're targeting. It's rated T for teen now. It's not going to have any blood and everything like that. So obviously, that's so that they can market it to more people, right? Because now you're not limited by age group. But it's also so you can have it get past Chinese censorship and stuff like that. But.
Well, and bear in mind that along with just age differences, there's also the different mentalities. Kids these days, they go and say, "Oh, hey, there's microtransactions in this game." They go, everything has microtransactions. What's the big deal?
Right, it's normal for them, which
who
is
grew up
unfortunate.
With games that did not have microtransactions saw the rise of microtransactions. We're like, no, this is bad. This is horrible. This should not be happening.
It's because it's predatory.
Different mentalities.
Yeah.
So, and in that aspect, they're like, well, hey, if we go and target, even if we go and we drop that M rating, if we can go and target that new generation that are perfectly okay with microtransactions, hey, we're rolling in.
Also, there's an ethical problem right there. Like you're literally monetizing two children. That
gambling, yeah. Well, it's not loot boxes. I guess we can't say gambling, but
so it's not gambling. But you're
is
still
it predatory. Absolutely,
it's predatory and it's still egregious. Gambling aside, Okay, where the hell is my? Give me my fucking water, damn it!
You have a much wider audience if you're selling with a teen rating. Than
right. No, that's why they're doing it. I'm just saying I'm not I'm not a fan because you look at Halo CE, right? Like Halo CE, one of the best designed levels in the game. Not the best level, mind you, but one of the best designed levels from a narrative standpoint, especially, is 343 Guilty Spark.
Yep.
You're walking, this moody forest, right? The swamp. If you look at the ridge lining the hill, the hill ridge lining the swamp, and you can see these distorted figures running away, like they were stalking you, and then they just kind of bolted. You're seeing the grunts scared. You're seeing a crashed spirit dropship. And then you enter this facility. The first time you enter the facility, you're seeing grunts and jackals running for their lives away from the structure and machine gun fire. Okay, the Marines are getting the better of them. They're just grunts and jackals. That makes sense. But they're terrified. Like that doesn't make sense. But okay, whatever. It's just the Marines are really kicking ass. But you don't see any Marines when you enter the structure. No one's there. Then when you enter the structure, you walk across the halls. Again, you see more scared grunts and jackals. And then when you enter the hallways of the facility, you see grunt blood and jackal blood lining the entirety of the halls. Like literally painted purple and blue. And that's the first time, like, if you weren't questioning before, you are now going, okay, what the fuck is happening here? For the first time playing. And
what I loved with the flood.
Yeah, and obviously this level's the introduction to the flood, and they really set the scene. Like half the level is just setting the scene for the flood introduction, and you eventually find all the bodies.
They knocked it out of the fucking park. But I'll give them this too. It was such a out of left field addition, but it was done. It was executed wondrously. Because here you have, because bearing in mind that Halo Combat Evolved was the first Halo game. We kind of look back on it nowadays with hindsight and all that, but it was the very first Halo game. So here we are, and we're running through, and we've seen sci-fi stuff. There was Doom, of course. So it's like having a first-person shooter with some sci-fi elements. It's not a stupendous thing. It's still a bit of a niche genre. But it's kind of like, okay, this is interesting. This is cool. But and it's kind of a breath of fresh air. And you're going through an adventuring, but then all of a sudden, you're going from we're the humans here, and I'm this super soldier, and we've got to go and save humanity and kill the bad guy aliens and all this stuff. Okay, cool. I'm getting in the beat of things here. And then you have Party 3 jump in and goes, by the way, the game has changed.
Yeah, right.
And
combat has evolved. Yeah.
Well, exactly. And it's such a out of left field addition that, by the way, you thought you were just fighting these aliens who were kind of kicking humanity's ass here, but you're kind of turning the tide. But there is something worse than you and worse than them. And it's just kind of one of those, oh no. Oh yes. And just that it's gone from a 1v1 to a 1v1v1.
Right. It's become a three-way battle.
Completely out of left field, but it was done marvelously well. And they followed up with Halo 2 and 3 marvelously well, in my opinion, for it. And then when 343 took over, they completely dropped the ball, screwed the pooch in every single possible
Well, that's
way.
also because they got rid of the 343. They did something that was kind of cool through books, but was also really bad through books and really bad through Halo 4, and that was they explained the Forerunners.
Yes.
The whole thing of the Forerunners in Halo... In Halo, obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, the Forerunners are who built the Halo rings to destroy the Flood by killing all of the Flood's food because they feed on sentient life. How do you kill that? You kill their food.
So to further clarify here, so the issue with the Flood is that what they do is they essentially find any kind of sentient life. I don't know why non-sentient life doesn't.
I think it's because of its brain chemistry, electrical signals in your spine and brain.
They then go and essentially they fuse with this other sentient life and make that life them. Different versions, different shapes, but it's still controlled by the Flood, and the Flood is essentially a hive mind, as we know from Halo 2, the grave mind. Now, I think
is the mind of the Flood.
Several grave minds. I don't think there's just one grave mind.
Oh no, there are multiple grave minds in Halo CE. We see the formation of a grave mind with Captain Keyes. He's being turned into one.
But essentially, the grave mind is the local epicenter of the Flood's hive mind.
And it's essentially is the mind of the Flood.
Yeah. Now, I don't know what happens if you have two grave minds in a single area, if the grave minds are all
do they merge together, I doubt they'd be fighting or anything. Just do they merge together, or do they just become two separate grave minds?
Or if you just have all the local Flood are synced into the grave minds, and all the grave minds are synced into each other, or if there's
the grave minds act as remote conduits for Flood across the galaxy to connect and all that.
But either way, so that's essentially how the Flood work, and the Forerunners, with all of their advanced technology of being able to use slipstream drives and all this kind of shit, through all of their hardest fighting, their solution to the Flood was to kill all sentient life in the universe in one glowing pulse of light, thus the Halo rings, which were these weapons. It is a weapon of mass destruction in the quite literal and largest
galactic scale.
And it would kill all sentient life across the entire universe to starve the Flood out.
Well, not the universe, just the galaxy. So, in theory, there are still yeah.
Okay, but still. And then now, and what's unfortunate too is that the Flood themselves apparently cannot starve. They can go dormant, but they don't actually starve out, unfortunately.
As we see.
So that means then on the Halo ring, apparently there was some Flood there that were brought there, presumably for observation, because I remember
it was a research facility because they were at one point researching how to cure the Flood infected, as well as maybe there's a way to fight it
that probably
medically.
Fell to weapons development, which then fell to we just need some way to stop their advancement
because they were
really go everything.
They were
and then also too, if I remember, there was some weird ass anime they made of.
Oh yeah, no. So Halo Legends, where it just shows off the Flood just completely ripping the Forerunners apart.
Yeah, well, what I was going to mention with that was that it also showed if what I'm thinking of. I don't know if that was legend or not, but it showed essentially like the early elites and jackals and grunts and humans.
Yeah,
all
because it
up
showed
on
them
planets.
because they all existed prior to the firing of the rings, and apparently the Forerunners they essentially categorized all this sentient life to then be essentially rebirthed.
Here, can I go through it? Because I'm kind of going with a different direction here, a little bit of a different direction with it. But so essentially, the Forerunners sent out essentially remote platforms here to find sentient life, copy its genetic structure, and store it digitally. And so essentially, although it kind of at the same point defeats the entire thing then of we're going to kill all sentient life to stop the flood, but essentially, so they were like, well, there's these couple of species here, you know, they don't have any technology yet, you know, they're still like barely in a hunter-gatherer stage here, but they're sentient. They wanted to preserve that life, but not themselves, apparently. And so they stored the genetic data of these beings, sent out activated the Halo rings, killed all sentient life. The flood then essentially stopped their advance because there is no more sentient life. And then for the humans, the jackals and elites and these other couple of races that they found, they then essentially had like these 3D printers that went and used the genetic data that had been stored to create more beings here, so that they could go and evolve and grow in the universe. Which, now again, it really doesn't make that much sense that if you're going to kill all sentient life, kill all sentient life. If you then let sentient life grow again, the flood will come after them no matter what, right? That's the whole thing.
Well, I think the whole point was if they're going to kill all sentient life, then they lose. So this way they can I don't know. I guess they clearly didn't think that. Oh, maybe the sentient life would explore all the stations we left abandoned and.
Well, and here's the problem when they go into, hey, we're going to go and define the Forerunners and try to get this elaborate backstory, is that they keep writing themselves into a corner and have to come up with ever more convoluted answers for how to write themselves out of the corner. Like, okay, well, we're going to go, the Forerunners activated the rings. Okay. Well, we want to, because it would have been easier to just say, well, the Forerunners activated the rings, killed all sentient life, and the current species we know of, humans, jackals, elites, grunts, etc., grew into sentient beings from non-sentient beings. So I mean, very, very simplistic animals here. Over the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of years that passed. That would be the easy solution. They wanted to go and have, though, that, well, we want to show the early humans and elites and jackals and all this shit. We want to introduce them because it wouldn't be Halo without having our alien species and shit, and so we got to show the humans too because fuck it, humans. Well, shit, how are they going to exist when the rings go out? So, again, they wrote themselves into a fucking corner and had to come up with a convoluted
Okay, so, no, Halo Legends came out in 2009, before Reach, so that was still Bungie. No, so pretty much what happened was, all these species existed before the firing of the rings, and they were all, advanced. They were technologically advanced stuff too, just not anywhere near the Forerunners, who are, in terms of technology level, essentially god-like beings. And in the Bungie games, it was always implied that the Forerunners were humans.
Yes.
In Halo 3, they outright say so. Both the Gravemind and 343 Guilty Spark both state, Gravemind saying to Master Chief, child of my enemy, and Guilty Spark literally going, you are Forerunner, but this ring is mine.
Humans, in the original core canon, the Forerunners were human. And that makes sense to a degree. But they had to go and get convoluted with their backstory and their lore, and they were like, well, we're going to make these Forerunners bipedal aliens, but not humans, and it went just ever down the rabbit hole.
And I liked that they were trying to like build out like, okay, what was Forerunner life like before the flood attacked, and like that's fine. But just like, again, when you get rid of that's the problem with over explaining things and everything. It's the downside to lore in general, is the over explanation of things that make it lose its mystery, its intrigue, and what makes things kind of, it gets rid of the unknown factor of that world that you're.
Yes.
And also in the chat we got Megjin1 saying nice Family Guy reference about like half an hour ago. Film29 saying don't teabag the water. I guess we were talking about the water gameplay earlier. Megjin1 also just said, "Hey Mando, I'm basing my anti-magic allegories on DC's Nth Metal, which is Hawkgirl's mace. It has energy and yet is resistant to magic. Question is, should the metal be of Earth origin? Magic metal?"
You're starting to go a little robotic with your voice here.
Alright, hold on a sec. Probably because I have this, I'm closing out Star Citizen.
Yeah, my game crashed here, so I just.
Yeah, I'm gonna play some Halo on the stream so they can. Figured we're talking Halo, and it is the 20th anniversary, so. But yeah, the whole thing with, I don't know, it just, like, again, back to the CE though, the whole 343 Guilty Spark and why it was rated M. You know, you go into those halls, you see it's painted in blood, you see these, you know, mangled up corpses. I love the detail in the level and how when you're walking there, you don't see the corpses, but you see blood. But in the video that that plays out in the cutscene, you see the corpses there,
and you're like, wait a minute.
And it's like, hey, I was there. There were no corpses there. Where did the corpses go? Did the Covenant like come back and claim their own? And then obviously you are introduced to the Flood and the Flood combat forms, which look a lot like mangled up elites and Marines. But and as you see, I'm getting an anti-cheat notification. I am playing on normal, but I do have mods installed. So, as you can see with the HUD,
a bit robotic, by the way.
Hold on, I'll try and fix it. Any better?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe.
But the problem I have is that they tried with 343.
Nope, it's the same.
Oh man, I really can't fix it then. Like, what else am I supposed to do?
Download better internet.
Download more RAM.
That too.
What 343 did with Halo and Halo 4 was go more into the the sci-fi opera, as opposed to the mix between sci-fi and the more grounded elements of the franchise, as well as the more intriguing stuff. Obviously, the main villain in Halo 4 is a Forerunner. Which, again, cool concept. I really hated at the time that it wasn't a human, like an ancient human.
I still want to find a combat suit 10 times more powerful than the fucking, what was it, Mark IV?
Mark IV was before CE, like before timeline-wise.
Well, whatever it was when Guilty Spark is like, you know, you're a combat suit.
Yeah, Mark V. Well, he says, I think Class 2 combat skin.
Yeah, like I recommend you upgrade at least to a Class 6 or Class 10 or some shit like that.
According
in
to
the book, you know, Master Chief was like, if there's a fucking armor set.
Yeah, he's kind of like because they, you know, obviously the books have more characterization of the Chief, and he's kind of like, there's a stronger armor than this, because this is at the time of Halo CE.
It's the pinnacle of human technology.
Like, this is the most advanced suit of armor ever, in until 343 opened his mouth.
Now, one thing though that I really hate from the narrative perspective. I understand it from the gameplay perspective of why this is, but from the narrative perspective, just with the bodysuits and armor plates alone, not even getting into the shielding or anything later, Master Chief would be able to stand there and face the Flood onslaught, and the worst they could do to him would be to go and try to suffocate him. Because they wouldn't be able to get through even the bodysuit, because that thing is stab resistant.
And also, I hate the retcons to all the Halo lore stuff when 343 took over. But, I mean, yeah, it's... And look, we're talking about a titanium... Essentially, Master Chief is wearing a titanium shell that in it has a gel layer and everything that protects him from impacts and stuff. So if a grenade were... And at least, theoretically, a grenade goes off in his face, he'd be fine because the armor would protect him from the flak and the suit would protect him from the shock.
Yes. I mean, considering, too, the suit has fucking protected Spartans several times over from falling near or out from orbit onto a planetary body in normal Earth gravity.
I mean, in the books, I think in Fall of Reach, doesn't Master Chief literally tank a tank shell? That's
sure.
what, like an 80mm round?
If I remember right, it wasn't that he tanked it, he slapped it away.
Right, or he deflected it.
He timed it to the point where as the tank shell was passing by his face, he slapped it with the back of his hand. He had Cortana with him at the time.
Yeah, kind of like, okay, factor in my reaction speed with right now, and...
Yeah, and he literally slapped the round so it... so it was aimed right at him. He slapped it so it just barely missed him. But talk about ridiculous. And again, this is the level of combat suit that we're talking about, to the point where Master Chief, with just his own senses, because remember too, the Spartans are not just well trained. They are. I mean,
they are genetically augmented. They have better senses in every regard.
Yeah, they underwent at like the age of like 16 or something like that.
No, I think as young they would get augmentations, I think, periodically, like from younger ages, and then eventually
there was one major one at like.
I think that was 14. I think that's when they got the. I literally going off of memory. I don't know.
There was like one major upgrade they got.
Yeah.
On top of any smaller ones, but it was both, if I remember right, both biological manipulation that they could do, and cybernetic augmentation.
I think it was mostly biological, though.
To a degree, I mean, bear in mind, we know that they have some pretty advanced cybernetics because, among other things, they have the cranial implants.
Right, and that's, by the way, cranial implants, that's not just Spartans or captains, that's every that's Marine.
Everyone.
Yeah, if you're in the service, you get that.
It's standard issue to be attaching stuff to your brain for more storage, for locked down storage, such as commander keys,
naval codes,
for the ship, stored in his cranial implant.
Essentially, just tactical information as a whole.
Yeah. So, and if that's the level of technology that your basic soldier gets, and basic officers get, what kind of shit are they developing on the super high end? This is still theoretical, but we made a prototype. Oh, you want to put this in some soldiers? Okay, here you go. Because that's the level of tech that the Spartans get. And
their augmentations were extremely expensive. Obviously, extremely expensive. The suits themselves cost as much as a destroyer in universe.
Each.
Yeah. So you're essentially making a spaceship for each Spartan.
Pretty much.
Anyway, the whole thing is just that Halo back then is not what it is today, which is unfortunate because. And the reason we're on this topic at all, again, 20th anniversary. The game I'm playing right now is 20 years old today. And obviously, I've been consistently playing this game for the last 20 years. And also I'm playing with a mod right now installed, Combat Revolved, which is great. Changes the HUD to make it match Reach. Also kind of adds elements from both Halo Reach and Halo 2 into the game. Like the elites have a one-hit melee that can instantly kill you.
I'm gonna head out.
Alright.
Don't die.
See you later.
We never finished the Q&A and the server meshing thing, but again, the link for that is in the description. Pretty much bottom line is, it's coming next year with Pyro and the Pyro system. Hold on. A lot of the other stuff is mainly like, okay, it's going to be based on shards, it'll be dynamic server meshing, so stuff we already talked about. The biggest gain will be server performance from it. Client FPS and server meshing will have very little impact from server meshing as a whole. Like server meshing's, like how much performance improvement can we expect from server meshing? That will be server performance. Client FPS and server meshing will obviously be impacted, but not. The bigger thing is server performance, so tick rates and stuff like that. All the issues that are server-based issues, in theory, be mitigated. So we actually. Upon initial RESA server meshing, how many shards do you anticipate to have? They don't have an answer yet because they just don't know yet. Can an asset as small as a bullet travel across server shards? No. Are you planning on hosting different regions or global universe? It's still going to be regional for now, but the end goal is to have a global data. Will I be able to play with people from other regions? Yes. I mean, technically you can do that now. What will players experience if a replication layer is shut down? This is important because pretty much what will happen is the game will freeze. And it'll be temporarily frozen until everything is recovered and reconnected. So it's pretty much like you got disconnected. That's pretty much all that will happen. And it won't take more than a minute. Are separate persistence databases maintained for separate shards, or will the states of world items eventually be synchronized? Answer being, generally each shard is its own unique copy of the universe. However, some features such as player outposts or resources will be replicated globally. When you have a party moving from one node to another and it is full, will a new digital game server node be created preemptively? Static server meshing, everything is fixed in advance, so no. Initially, as we tested technology, there will be a minimum number of server nodes per shard. Therefore, don't expect player counts to increase. But it's kind of like a yes and no. Like, not right now, but eventually. Because essentially, static versus dynamic. Static server meshing, no. Dynamic, yes. The last question here was, how are you going to maintain low latency? The biggest factors currently affecting latency are server tick rate, client ping, entity spawning, and latency of persistent services. Server tick rate and slow entity spawning should be improved by server meshing. However, client ping is a separate issue that we will work on after server meshing. So there's the end of the Star Citizen stuff. Fun to talk about that. But yeah, so server meshing is going to be awesome. It's pretty much going to solve all of our issues.
Theoretically.
Back to Halo though. So yeah, 20th anniversary, Halo Infinite. IGN did a cover, as did Game Informer. They did a kind of like, they got to play for I think a few hours of the campaign.
Bit more like, I don't know.
Why is damn it? They got to play for a few hours of the campaign, the first 4 hours, and they said they were still in like the beginning, so the campaign's going to be the longest of any Halo game.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Which, honestly, it could be either a good thing or a bad thing. We honestly don't know yet, because Halo 5 was a very short campaign. Halo campaigns in general tend to be very short. Like, I've beaten Halo Reach campaigns in a single sitting within, 6 hours, I think. And that's just like casual playing, like not trying to speed things. So you can beat a Halo campaign relatively quick. But again, they're going for a semi-open world, like ODST hub world style thing, supposedly. I like how this mod adds shields to race. But yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting good things from Halo Infinite. You know,
Nope.
like, have you seen the new footage, Cam?
Nope.
It's pretty much just showing more gameplay, at least real gameplay, not that campaign trailer that looked like a multiplayer trailer. So that's good, but it was still very, I don't know, it just something just didn't sit right with me with the gameplay. Again, it could be completely different with hands-on, but I won't know for another year or two until they actually finish the game because it's releasing half-assed, unfinished. And there goes my. Ow. Like Halo Infinite, you know, the story supposedly, IGN, according to IGN, despite 343's assurances, it will not be a good starting point for new Halo fans. If you're new to Halo, it is not a recommended starting point, which is probably not surprising given how Halo 5 ended and just 343's Halo games in general. But also at the same time, like given Halo 5's ending, I'm glad that they're trying to focus more on at least trying to fix that issue because Halo 5 was such a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I am just getting my ass owned here.
Not the butt.
Yeah, I don't know. This Halo Infinite, it looks good. It also doesn't look good at the same time. Again, like very flashy and bright. It's not that it's colorful because obviously you can see Halo CE is very colorful, but it's just very very bright. Like colors are ultra saturated. There's not a lot of wear and tear on enemies. The particle effects is where I have my biggest issue. Honestly, like everything else isn't really an issue, just me complaining. Like the particle effects look like they're water, as opposed to like hot plasma. Not that there's such a thing as cold plasma, but given that plasma is superheated, ionized gas. There's a lot of problems. I don't know. And the monetization, like you're monetizing customization, like armor customization as what's super normal and the only customization in Halo is monetized up the wazoo. Everything is going to be monetized between armor pieces, colors, you name it.
They've got like stances they've added now for your character.
Stances they've added. They've also added what's-my-face to
skins.
Charms and skins for weapons and vehicles.
Yup.
Like
all
who the fuck?
to open up more ways to monetize.
Right.
And it's like if it was just opening up that, hey, we're having these things, but they're opening it up purely to go and have more categories for their cash store. And honestly, I'm honestly I used to be way back when. I was of the mentality that, hey, if you're charging just for cosmetics, that's fine. That doesn't affect the gameplay, right?
I was okay
back in the day when your games were still coming out relatively fully developed. They weren't these games as a service, which is just essentially them saying, hey, this game is barely in an alpha state, but we're going to launch it now to get that money, and maybe we'll get it to a fully developed state by the time we drop support and can move on to our next unfinished project that we can release way earlier than it should ever have been. And in those fully developed games, you had options to go and get customizations that looked good and performed well. If there were stat changes based on any of that, you could go and get gear that looked well and was well by just playing the game. Nowadays, to where it's like, well, hey, we're going to make sure that your character looks as drab as possible in the multiplayer side or wherever the customization is on this, specifically to push you to buy our products. Everything is now being developed under this eye of how can we push people to pay from the ground up. This stuff is being looked at by a marketing director going, we'll add this here and add this here, and specifically go and show people, oh, if you pay us this money, that'll look so much better with our premium pack of whatever the fuck. It's entirely predatory nowadays.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is also
back in the day where it was a add-on to the game, where here's
here's the problem with it's only cosmetics. It doesn't affect gameplay. Bull fucking shit. Here's why.
Like,
if it's truly only,
I'm tired of that argument.
It's also a flawed argument, because how many times have you played, say, an RPG or even a Halo game, like take Halo 3 or Halo Reach? How many times have you played, say, Halo Reach on Legendary just to get the Master Chief helmet, right, or the Mark V helmet,
just to get those nice
in Halo Reach, so that you can have that helmet in your in multiplayer? Like, that's gameplay affecting cosmetics right there, because the cosmetic is affecting how you're playing the game. Like, just because it's not a gameplay thing, it's not like a power boost or whatever, like then it's okay. No, that's bullshit. Any cosmetic affects gameplay because it's anything in the game. The bigger problem also is you're charging for something that has no real world value. You're charging real world money for something that has no real world value. A helmet in a game does not have real world value. The game itself does, which is why I'm really against free-to-play games, because that's what they are, fee-to-play. Essentially, like, okay, here's a, I love using the analogy of, like, a baker kind of screwing you over by selling you a piece of the cake, even though you paid full price for the cake, and then he'll give you the rest of the slices over a period of time, occasionally charging you for these pieces. And again, you paid full price, yet you're getting screwed
already,
over.
And you're being charged at the end, just...
Because the point of the analogy is that this is a tactic that would not work in any other market. And it's, again, you're paying for an unfinished product. And then, but you're getting, the additional content, right? Like, okay, Halo Infinite, right? You're going to get co-op campaign 3 months after launch. So launch is December 8th.
Which means that your campaign is shipping in alpha state. Major features are not completed.
And the problem is, you're getting, and they're using co-op campaign or Forge as additional content to keep the game alive, to artificially extend the game's lifespan, as opposed to releasing a finished product and letting the quality of the product speak for itself.
Well, and that's really, I think, the issue is that it's not like, and this is just my opinion, having been pretty much all my life since I was a kid, I've been playing video games. So I've seen development. Like, I remember some of my early video game playing days, playing Baldur's Gate, because my dad played that, and so I was like, ooh, what's this? We're playing like Command and Conquer, the original Command and Conquer. And seeing games as a genre develop and grow into their own, but definitely in like the last 10 years or so, from my perspective anyway, it seems that no longer is it that we're going to go and make a better product, a better quality product, adding more content. It's no longer about making a better product, because that will get the consumer to go and spend their money. It's how can we milk the consumer for as much as they've got, drop that product like a hot rock, and then move on to the next one. It's about predatory marketing, not about developing quality product. And like I said, it seems like, and we're seeing this in so many things. We're seeing this in movies. We're seeing this with our hardware. Look at phones nowadays. They're being developed specifically to not last as long. And they're specific, how many times has Apple gone into lawsuits, and it's because people are going, hey, my phone is not
how about the PS4 specifically?
well. And it's found out, oh yeah, we were crippling the processor on it, or doing this or that, and it's like, what the fuck? Just make a better product, or at least keep the quality consistent.
Right, because this is worse than
video games. Quality's going down.
No, that's the problem. Is that this isn't stagnation. This is worse than stagnation, because what you're doing is, and this is Ubisoft's the biggest offender of this, I think. But essentially, is you have a game, and you have all the features in that game, and then you release a sequel to that game, and it's missing some of the features from the first one, and the next game also missing those features, or even have less features. Then, like say the 5th or 6th game, they bring some of those features back as new innovative gameplay, quote unquote. And it turns out those were in the original game, but that's pseudo innovation. Essentially, that it's worse than stagnation, because you're taking away and then adding it back in later and calling it new.
So, for example, Fallout 4. One of the major things we've had in all of the previous Fallout games, even the isometric ones, was that if your weapon was holstered, meaning you were not holding it in your hands, you see it on your character. It's like, because it makes sense that if I'm hauling this thing around, I'm going to see it on my person. It's not disappearing into my, pocket, my hammer space pocket here, right? Well, in Fallout 4, they decided to add weapon modding, which, okay, hey, that's not a bad thing. However, because of the way they did it, they couldn't be bothered to go and be like, well, hey, let's actually go and make this work. They said, fuck it, we'll just remove that, right? We don't need features. Just kill that feature. We don't need that. And even modders try to re-add it, but even that has a lot of issues with like modded weapons, because it's not built to support it. All because we can't be bothered to actually make a full game these days and look at every AAA game company out there.
Cam, it's minimum effort for maximum profit. That's mentality. Minimum effort, maximum profit.
Yeah, and again, it would be one thing if it was that we were still getting quality. We're still getting quality for any of these kinds of products. I'm perfectly fine with paying for quality. However, we're not, and as we pointed out earlier, it's not even that we're not getting better quality. It's not even that we're getting the same quality. We're getting worse quality and being charged more for it, because they're specifically cutting this shit up into macro and micro transactions. They're specifically leaving things out to put them into a sequel or a DLC. And then they want to try to pretend that they're our buddy for doing this. For, hey, I guarantee when the campaign co-op comes out for Halo Infinite, they're going to go and have all this stuff and be like, look at us, we're so cool, we're adding this, woo! And
look at the Master Chief Collection right now.
When it first launched.
Look at the Master Chief Collection right now, where we have, Master Chief Collection launched originally on the Xbox One in 2014. 7 years ago, this month. It was part of the Halo 2 anniversary. Mm-hmm. And the problem and it's still unfinished. It released incomplete.
Yeah, and it's still, and therein is the issue too, where it's like you have promised features. For example, let's take another developer here, Frontier Development. They're the makers of Elite Dangerous. I used to play it way back when. I know many people who still do play it and enjoy it. They recently released their what was it? Odyssey DLC. And as part of that, they kind of had a bit of a Q&A. And in that Q&A, they specifically, after, of course, Odyssey released, to make sure people go and buy it up, they specifically said, oh, by the way, you guys remember that Kickstarter promise we made about having spaceship interiors? We promised that would be a thing. They promised we want to be able to have you walking around space stations, which they did go and put in, walking around planets. You can do that in some places. And having EVA, so being able to
extravehicular activity
out of your ship, just floating around in space, and being able to walk around inside of your ship. EVA, they pretty much just said nothing on, just because if you can't walk around your ship, you can't really exit the ship either, besides just a fade to black, which is what they have for the planets. But they specifically said, not only that we aren't going to do it, but the way they phrased it, they said, we don't think the community wants ship interiors. And the community exploded at them, because they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? This has been a campaign promise. We've continually talked about wanting this. You're off your fucking rocker if you think we don't want this.
And this is a crowdfunded thing. This isn't like a Halo thing where it's a corporation.
And what it is, of course, is that they're refusing to do it because it's too hard for them, or they don't want to put in the effort, whatever the case may be, and trying to phrase it of, well, you don't want that. Yes, we do. Well, I don't want that. Well, you fucking promised it. This is part of the conditions that we gave you funds.
I mean, I could be misreading this, but and to my knowledge, when you have a Kickstarter thing, like, okay, you know, the players are essentially your investors there.
Yeah.
Like whoever made put money into that Kickstarter, you're essentially the investor of that product, whatever it is.
They might be able to have a sue for that. They might be able to sue Frontier Development. I doubt it would really come to that, but it's potentially possible.
Might be a little extreme too, but like, yeah, it's still actually
and
not
like,
really,
and
because
I've
seen suits. Seeing suits worse doesn't exactly mean it's less extreme.
Yeah, but if it's like, if it's that, hey, mechanically speaking, it's all but impossible with how the game is developed from then to now. Okay, say that. Be honest. Don't fucking lie out your fucking goddamn mouth saying, well, you don't want that. Bullshit. Everyone's saying they want that. I mean, especially because when you compare Star Citizen's really dangerous, because you're attracting a lot of the similar people here.
They're all in space.
Genres. You have a lot of people going, well, yeah, we want to be able to run around inside of our spaceships. And
it was like one of the first things in Star Citizen was running around inside of a spaceship.
Yeah. Like
we had the hangar module back in 2015.
Star Citizen back in 2015. Back when I got a Mustang. Was my starter ship, and it had this fucking weird ass little drop down hatch and a ladder popping out of it. You'd crawl into there, and then it had this weird little crawl space hallway until I got to the cockpit there. The early design for it, before they had the fighter design cockpit. That was way later.
Yeah, that was 2018 when they redesigned it.
Landing gear was the wings, so when your wings would get shot off because they were destructible, couldn't land. I mean, you could, just it was really awkward landing.
Anyway, the whole thing though is like with Halo Infinite and just in AAA games and live service titles as a whole, you're essentially paying. You're paying for a full game, or say it's a free to play game, right? You're even okay. Say it's not a free to play game. It's you're paying for a game, and you're paying full price, right? $60, and what you're getting is not what you're paying for. You're paying for a full thing, and you're getting maybe half of it, with the rest of it being added, like the rest of the game being added in later separately as additional content, as DLC.
Well, not even that. The rest of the game being we'll maybe add this if we feel like it later, and we might charge you extra for doing so. Because again, they're releasing these games as alpha state. They are not finished, not even close. And they're going, well, hey, we're going to charge you full price for these games. And then we're going to charge you again, possibly down the line for, I could definitely see them going, oh, you want the good co-op campaign? Give us $10 for the campaign DLC. I doubt they would do that in this case because it would quite literally lead to lawsuits. But companies have done this shit. And it's like, and I will say this. On one hand, costs have risen, generally speaking, how just inflation has risen. Meaning that running a company now for a game
is more expensive than, say, 4 years ago.
What it cost, 10, 15 years ago.
Actually,
and on that
pretty good
note,
last year.
I would be perfectly okay with the idea of, and so it's like, and so the reason I'm saying this is that the argument being that, well, the companies have to find a way to charge more to keep themselves afloat. And I was like, yeah, sure. On the other hand, if we look and see, one, most game companies, especially we're mostly talking about the AAA ones, most of the AAA game companies are doing pretty fucking well for themselves here. So it's not like
they're multi-billion-dollar companies.
They're on a shoestring budget here. They aren't. But even if we do it and just break, okay, well, hey, regardless, I would be perfectly fine with the idea of paying $80 for a standard game when it comes out. So instead of it being 60, it's 80 now. If there was absolutely
Coolios might think differently, but that's because in Canada, $80 would be $100. So.
Oh yeah, but essentially a $20 increase there. I would be, me personally, I would be okay with the idea of, hey, price of games by and large hasn't really increased in over a decade, 2, something like that. I am perfectly okay with the idea of that increasing if there was some kind of a guarantee, and therein is the issue, because it would never be followed. It would be broken immediately.
Well, that's the thing. Is like
if there was some guarantee of no more of this microtransaction bullshit, no more of this nickel and diming us to fucking hell and back. Give us full games. I would be okay with that. It's just they would never, ever, ever, ever hold their side of the bargain. Guarantee it. They would go, they wouldn't. And a year later, here's the microtransactions.
Well, and even that's the thing is like Halo Infinite. According to the leaks that we covered a few episodes ago, do you remember that thing that said dice roll? Like odds are they might add loot boxes in post launch just so that the reviews say that there aren't any in. But then, we added them later.
Mean that they aren't going to flip a switch somewhere down the line and go, hey guys, now that this is in, here's our loot boxes! Woohoo! Give us money! Which, if they do, I hope the game would get immediately banned in Europe. Because if I remember right...
They're working on it still, I think.
Yeah, but I would hope that Europe would be like, nope, sorry, banned. Can't sell anyone here. Because it's like, I'm sorry, loot boxes are gambling.
And they're worse than gambling, because gambling you actually have some odds of a chance, and you have some other measure of control, whether it be an illusion or not.
Geared toward children.
Yeah.
And it's like I fully agree with the idea that, well, hey, if your game has some kind of a loot box, guess what? You are getting a what is it? What's the
it would have to be
the highest adult rating? It's like X plus or something.
It has to be the highest rating because in most states in the United States, gambling's rated. You have to be 21 to gamble.
Sex games kind of thing. Put them in the same category as that because they are being far worse than anything. Because like a kid with Google can go on Google and look up a fucking boobs or penis or whatever the fuck they want to look at. But in this, you could well have, and we have seen literal examples of kids getting addicted to this stuff.
And you know what? Not even just kids. We've seen adults.
I gotta go and steal mom and dad's credit card because I gotta keep rolling these.
Most of the time, at least according to the reports we read.
Whatever.
At least according to the reports we read, Cam, it's like the kids aren't aware that it's real money. And how would they know? Like, and how would they know? It's not like unless they're outright told, which the game isn't going to tell them.
And sometimes
the game's not going to tell them.
Just to save PR face, they'll be like, "Oh, we'll refund that and ban the account." But it's like it's fucking disgusting because it's quite literally. It would be literally the same thing as if someone from your local casino came over and was like, "Hey kids, you want to go and play a game?" Yeah. Like it would be literally like if these guys from your local casino were going to the schools and going, "Hey kids, after school we're gonna go and host some activities. Make sure to bring your mom and dad's credit card."
Right.
It's no different.
Also, you gotta remember that, like, a lot. Again, it's not just kids. The kids that get addicted to this,
Yeah.
they may not know they're getting addicted.
Too.
Also, the fact that the kids may not even know it's real money, and they're just like, oh, we're just spending our parents' credit cards, thinking, oh, this is just, we're trying to get the thingy that we want in the game, and it's turns out you're wasting $1,000 or more.
Yes.
And some adults get addicted too. Some knowingly get addicted, and they can't help it because they need that fix. And again, addiction's a real disease, and that's part of it.
And that's the thing is, like, addiction you can be addicted. Bear in mind, to anything. You can get a dopamine addiction to any action, but gambling specifically falls into a very specific place in the human brain that it's easy to get addicted to it. Not everyone does, but many people do.
It just obviously varies on the person, but that's not the point. And again, back with Halo, so you got three ways that that live services screw you over without the monetization. It's like, say they're not being monetized. Okay, one, a normal live service where you say like Avengers or Fallout 76 or what have you. You've got the you got the unfinished game on release, right? It's missing a shit ton of features. It's essentially an alpha with less bugs.
Yeah,
and
it might be a stable alpha, but a alpha nonetheless.
And then you get a DLC, right? That adds in content later, additional content that turns out to be features that were either cut from the game and added in later to extend the game's lifespan, or just the game wasn't finished because they released an unfinished game. Just needed more time in the oven. They just added in, again, still adding in 4 features that were supposed to be in at launch, but later as additional content. Then you have the free-to-play model, which is, oh, here's the game, it's free, right? Except it's monetized to all hell, because, well, they got to make. And I love the example. Like, I go to people and people tell me, oh, well, it's Halo Infinite, they have to make money somehow, right? That's why.
They're the ones making it free.
They made it free to monetize it. That's how it works. They didn't. It's not like, oh, we made a free game. How do we monetize it now? Like, how do we make money?
Yeah,
that's never how it works.
They know if they were to, and bear in mind, this is why they split the multiplayer off from the campaign. It was so they can double dip. Because if they were to just have the game as it's always been, of, okay, here's the game, it has campaign and multiplayer in it, the only people who can access the microtransactions for the multiplayer are those who have already bought the game. Therefore, it's like, well, hey, shoot, we want more. We want more than that. We gotta always have.
It's
more.
Essentially, it's greed.
So what they do is they go and they're like, well, hey, we'll sell the campaign. $60 price tag, so the price tag hasn't changed, but they've cut half the game off from it.
Arguably
so
more.
Already, you're getting screwed over if you buy the single player.
Right, because they're still charging you $60 for the campaign of Halo Infinite.
So
which
you are paying more for, or you're paying the same for less, far less. And then, now that they've split the multiplayer off to be free to play, that now means that from that standpoint, they go and get a much wider market, because now, well, who can access the microtransaction now? Well, it's not just everyone who bought the campaign, it's everyone. Anyone can go and download it and spend their money. And that's how they get it. And it's quite literally double dipping. It quite literally is. But it's because you have so many game companies nowadays that are all being run instead, because it used to be that the ones running game companies and making
Or the guys
executives
making the
in days
games.
were gamers. They were like, hey, I'm working on projects I'm passionate about. I'm making games I would want to play. Now the people who are making these decisions as to what goes in and when stuff releases and all that kind of stuff are bureaucrats. They don't care about the product. That's why
care about the
level
profit.
of quality goes down, down, down into the fucking shitter. They don't care about the product. All they care about is money coming in. Hey, microtransactions make money? Throw microtransactions in there. What do you mean the game doesn't support it? We don't fucking care. Put more developers on the microtransactions. We don't care about gameplay.
Also, I love how all the money from microtransactions doesn't go into the game, or most part doesn't go into the game. It doesn't go into the developer's pockets. It goes into the executives' pockets. Like, look, Activision Blizzard, the CEO of Activision Blizzard, Bobby Kotick. The dude was getting paid, 7-figure salaries and bonuses.
What, several million, I believe?
I think so.
And at the same point, if I remember, this
and he was getting multi-million-dollar bonuses too, not just his salary. He did recently take a pay cut though, due to the whole Activision Blizzard lawsuit.
But if I remember, this was like two or 3 years ago or something like that. They announced record sales numbers,
and then fired
and then
800. They fired 777 employees from that right afterwards. 8% of their workforce.
So you're saying
just so that the executives can get a higher bonus?
Yeah, well, exactly. And it's like, what the fuck? Like this is exactly the worst aspects of this, and it just goes to show that the dare I get dramatic here, the corruption of game companies is straight to the top. And that's why really you're only going to see from indie developers any kind of actual decent content anymore, because you might still see the same titles, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Halo, etc., but the content you get, you're going to be like, wow, hey, this is nothing like the older games. Well, yeah, because they don't care about making quality things anymore. It's all about money, 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 money. And not even, hey, if you give money, we'll get you a quality product. It's, hey, if you got money, you're going to get a shuddering corpse of a game, and if you're lucky, it might be halfway enjoyable, and then we're just going to go on and make an even worse corpse for the next game. Rinse, repeat until we run a company into the ground, and like EA, you simply go and throw the body into the pile out back and acquire another one and go, hey, buddy!
Like, how many studios have they killed? EA's killed many studios because they didn't deliver to their specifications, which was making a shit ton of money at the expense of everyone else.
Yep. And people leave the company left, right, and center until there's no one left. They go, into the pile it goes. Next! It's disgusting. But that's the name of the game for AAA game companies now.
Yeah. And
really, it's only if they don't go and get buyout, if they manage to keep their feet on ground, which how many large game companies can even say that? I mean, even Cyberpunk. I was like, oh,
everyone, yes, CD Projekt Red, right? The friends of the gamers,
the system, right? They'll do good quality. Saw how that went.
At least that one was just a case of it needed more time in the oven, like 2-3 years minimum.
The fact that their developers were screaming at the higher ups, this is not ready.
But yeah, that was the problem.
They're like, we're releasing. So.
And my problem again, like, Halo Infinite, you've got campaign co-op, which means, for anyone who doesn't know what that means, essentially, if Cam and I both got the campaign for Halo Infinite at launch, we would not be able to play together.
Yep.
At least for another 3 months. Which is huge, in that it's not good. Like, that's a core feature of the game.
Is not there when they're releasing it, because gotta get that money in now and before the
Now it could very well be that it just wasn't finished and they just needed more time, as they say, but then why are they releasing it unfinished, knowingly unfinished?
Exactly. And that's the thing with that too, is that why are they releasing that now when features are incomplete? Gotta get that 2021 holiday money in. Gotta get the game out there fast enough for mom and dad to buy it for the kiddos.
Right, 'cause it's not even like originally people were speculating it was going to release today because it's the 20th anniversary of Halo and of Xbox because Xbox launched with Halo CE, but that's not the case. So it's like, why even bother? Like, it's not like you have a some kind of date to make, right? The anniversary.
Yeah, it's not like there is a deadline here, at least a publicly facing deadline here. But as we're seeing, it's all about the money, and I should note here too. I'm not saying that companies should not be working to make money or even prioritizing to a degree.
No, but you have to pump out some good products in order to deserve to earn that money, right?
Exactly. It's like you need to. It's like if I want to have people spend money on my product, make a better product, right? Instead of I'm going to make a product. Too, it's like when, as noted, game development is getting more and more expensive. Part of that is because for most games now, for AAA game companies, half, yes, I said half, of the entire game's budget, so from start to finish, all the money spent, all the developers, all of their salaries, all of the technologies, the mocapping for animations, all the sound work, etc., all of the cost of that together, half of the money spent on most AAA game companies goes to marketing. Goes to those shitty ass commercials. Goes to
that's true with movies as well.
Yeah,
actually,
and it's like, so you're saying that
that and whatever talents they hire. Yeah, that and whatever talent. Like, for instance, if you have like a big budget actor or something. Like, for instance, a lot of the MCU movies, a lot of the budget goes to freaking Robert Downey Jr. because he's a big name now and he's expensive.
Yep.
So it's the same thing with voice actors in video games and all the unions and stuff related to that.
But it's
engineers.
Like, if you were to make a good product, and as we've seen with Star Citizen here, and even Star Citizen they've over the years gotten some big name actors. I know they got like Mark Hamill.
Squadron 42, but yeah.
Superman. And who's the guy who played Superman and Geralt?
Henry Cavill. Like, you want me to list all the guys in Squadron?
He approached them and was like, "Hey, this looks really cool. Can I get into this?"
And keep in mind, we're talking about Squadron 42, not Star Citizen specifically. But
we're talking
essentially, CIG. They got Mark Hamill, Gary Oldman, Ben Mendelsohn, Mark Strong, Henry Cavill, just to name a few. Off the top of my head, really.
Voiced female Shepard from Mass Effect.
I don't remember. I know who you're talking about. I just don't remember her name.
I want to say they got her. Was it like Jennifer Hale or something?
Maybe.
I could be wrong there.
But I know who. Wasn't she the same?
Either way, they've gotten several big name actors, and it's not just that they're going to their doors and going, "Please, won't you take this big sheath of bills and do some voice recordings?" They have people coming to them because. What is CIG doing? They're making quality.
It's also they're not just using the voices; they're using mocap and stuff.
I got my beef with them, but especially about how some stuff salvaged is in development hell at some point. But they're consistently putting out quality work, and as you're seeing, people literally will throw money at them simply because they're like, "Hey, this is shit other companies." Aren't willing or aren't able to anymore because they lost so much quality workers. They're not willing to make a quality product anymore. So when one comes along, people are literally throwing money. It's like if you were to have EA, for example, if EA were to go, "Hey, we know you guys have really liked RPGs here. BioWare's been putting out RPG. BioWare, we're gonna put you front and center. We're gonna give you a huge budget to put together the best team you can, and an actual good team, not just people who look good on paper, but people who have experience behind them, and to make we're rebooting the Mass Effect franchise.
That sounds like a bad idea,
making a
but
whole new RPG, whatever. Although I do know they are making the new Mass Effect and Dragon Age games that
they're making a Mass Effect 5, I think.
Yeah,
whatever.
they did say it's Shepard's story is continuing. So don't know what
Technically
to make
that'd be
of that.
Mass Effect 4 though,
We don't
wouldn't it?
have any new information since earlier this year on it, but either way.
The most recent information we talked about then, which was the Unreal Engine 5 use for the game.
Yeah, but if they ever do that and go, hey, look, this is gonna take 8 years, a decade even, but we're fully committed to this. We're gonna give them all the resources we can. Check up on us in a decade or so. We'll let you know when we're there, and they just go silent and work on it. That alone would draw people like flies. And even if they just go silent, because I mean, look at like Cyberpunk, and especially with all their stuff of, we'll let you know when it's ready, but until then, we're just working on it. And what's terrible with Cyberpunk was just that they were like 70% of the way there of realizing the dream they had promised to everyone else. But a lot of people got fires under their pants and said, release now, do it. And I mean, there are delays. Stuff takes time, but it's like, when they had that second delay, they should have just been like, oh, okay, we're just taking this off the board, guys. Sorry, we jumped the gun. We'll let you know when it's done.
I think, again, the biggest...
And develop it, and then they put out a trailer at some point and go, hey, guys, in 3 months, we're releasing. We're there. Whether that was a year or 2 or 3 later, people would have gotten nuts for it.
Also, I think the biggest problem was that they tried to go old, like last gen console, which definitely held them back.
That
and
was
stuff.
the biggest mistake. Yes, because if it hadn't been for that, if they had just been like, "Sorry guys, we aren't releasing on the last gen consoles," it's not happening. We're sorry, we fucked up. We're giving everyone who, if they had opened up pre-orders at that time, we'll give people full refunds there.
A full refund, or it'll just count as the next gen version or whatever. Like you'll get the Xbox Series X version instead of the Xbox One version.
And and I would even say, if you had pre-ordered, if pre-orders had opened at that point, if people had pre-orders before day of announcement, we're not only going to go and upgrade your copy if you so desire to the next gen version. Because not everyone's going to have the next gen console, but if you do, we'll upgrade it, no problem. We'll refund it, no problem. If you want to refund, if you do keep it, we're also going to go and give you $20 off. We're going to refund like $20 of the $60 price tag back to you anyway, just because hey, we fucked up.
It's essentially,
like but either way,
I guess it goes to accountability, right? Like, because none of these corporations are being held accountable for anything they do, and when you do that, like, hey, we fucked up. It's acknowledging, hey, we made a mistake. We're gonna we're gonna try and again, it's just acknowledging that you did something wrong or holding yourself accountable.
Society in general, not to delve too deep into.
Yeah, well, we don't want to go that far off topic there, but yeah.
There's very little accountability these days for much of anything. Whether it's politicians, whether it's kids in schools, it's always like, hey, how come kids are committing suicide? How come kids are shooting up schools? Well, hey, where's the parents? Oh, they weren't involved. Okay, what the fuck? If the parents aren't involved, the school needs to be involved. Okay, well, cool. What did the school do? Well, people kept on coming to the teachers and the principal saying, hey, such and such person is being horribly bullied in school, which, by the way, you are legally required here in the U.S. You are legally required to go to school. If you are skipping school, you can literally be forced back into school one way or another. At that point, then, if your life is being made hell, you have parents who don't care. I go to the administration and they say, hey, well, we don't give a fuck. And they'll say, well, if we don't see it, we can't do anything. If they do see it, they go, okay, you're both suspended. At most, they'll do that. What the fuck? If you saw someone beating my ass and we're both suspended, that person, if we were both adults, that person's going to at minimum be hauled off by the cops, and I might be suing them. But in school, we can't be bothered. We're just going to go and punish everyone
Well,
involved.
you heard about what happened recently with
there's
that
no
guy that was
accountability.
called domestic. Again, I don't want to get. I'm going to say this one thing.
Yeah,
and that's
I
it.
didn't want to divert.
Yeah, but anyway, it's like
in life in general, there is very little accountability for mistakes, for fuck-ups, for anything across the board at all levels of society, companies included.
also
There you go.
we have a problem with the schools. They're not. It's not that the schools aren't being held accountable. Like you have like a lot of gun violence in my city. And also related to schools and stuff, and it's mostly because of laws and people not being tried and all that.
Gun laws. How bad are the gun crimes in actual like downtown New York?
Okay, Chicago I think has either just as strict or maybe I don't honestly I don't know. So I'm not even gonna say just because I don't know and I don't want to speak out of my ass here. But because I don't know how strict the gun laws are in Chicago. They might be better. They might be worse than New York City. I don't know. But in New York City, they are fucking strict. If I want to get a gun,
like a dozen people die.
Like, yeah, and my point is, the reason why I brought up Chicago is because they have worse gun violence than we do. But either way, we're catching up to them. It's like a freaking challenge or something.
But again, no accountability because where are the actual problems for guns? A lot of it is.
It's all illegal guns. Right? I mean, also, it's like, look, I'm a legal citizen. And I can tell you, it is fucking easy to get an illegal gun. All I need to do is go to Pennsylvania or upstate New York, grab a gun there, drive back, bam, I have a gun now. It's illegal, but I have a gun now. And here's the thing, we're talking about criminals. They don't care if they have a gun that's legal or not.
That's kind of the definition of a criminal, right?
Exactly. But it's like, no, we have to punish illegal citizens for owning guns.
Well, I saw a good comparison the other day. Making laws that restrict legal gun owners' ability to buy and hold weapons to try to target criminals is like saying to someone, rape is bad, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, well, when are you going to go and chop your dick off to fight rape? Huh?
Also, that's I'm not going to say like sexist or anything, but women rape men too. It's not single-sided.
That too. Although you still have a lot of people who want to maintain a fantasy that men can't be raped.
Also, I guess slight spoilers for the comic book of Invincible and by extension the show, I guess. But there actually is a man-on-woman rape. A woman-on-man rape, I mean, in the comic there. It's, again, because they covered, it's not Marvel or DC, they covered very...
they'll probably go, and if they show anything like that in the movie, they'll probably change it over.
Actually, it's an Amazon Amazon Instant Video thing, so it's, they can show whatever they want. But essentially, the comic book, it's a character, I'm not saying who it is or anything, because I don't want to spoil it. I do, because it's really good, I recommend it. And they actually handled that storyline very, very well. But my point is that the rape it's a woman raping a man, and shows the consequence. Like, it just shows how horrifying that is. Regardless,
and just a quick, at least from a legality might change because in some places laws are archaic and very sexist. But rape is, or I should say, at least sexual harassment and sexual assault, which would include rape, is unwanted sexual content from another person. So therefore, if you are, let's say if you are asleep, and
I don't think we need to describe what rape is. I think people watching know what it is.
With and have talked about this stuff, goes and starts giving you a blowjob, that could absolutely be considered rape. You did not consent to this. You were in an unconscious state.
This is why Data left.
Just as it could be considered if you were to go and it's like, and again, I'm not saying if you're in a relationship with someone and you've talked about this kind of stuff, hey, if you want to wake me up for the blowy, great, okay, you've worked that out between you and your significant other.
You gave consent.
This is just someone and they occasionally hang out at your place and they're suddenly grabbing your junk.
That's sexual. Well, I mean, if they're just grabbing, that's sexual harassment. But yeah.
It's
Not to get
like
technical,
so it's like it's not just if it's penetration as some archaic laws state it, meaning that then if a woman were to tie a guy down, force feed him some Viagra, ride him the climax, that is absolutely rape.
How did we get to this?
Tacos.
All right, back to the freaking topic though. Corporate accountability. That was fucking it.
Yes. Okay, we took a very
yes, we did. But we're past it now. I hope. I'm gonna light this grunt on fire. I hope you don't mind.
I blame Canada.
Okay, that is really there. Cleansing fire from the previous topic. I burned this grunt. I mean to the grunts.
Poor grunt.
So, accountability in gaming industry. Back to the getting back on track here.
We were talking about what 10 minutes ago.
Oh my god! Yeah, we really went off the rails. And the chat is lighting up with it. Can you read the chat because I'm busy not dying in Halo?
Can I? Yes. Are you on Twitch right now for the chat? Or?
No, YouTube. Oh.
TubeYube. Who even goes on TubeYube anymore?
Oh, evidently we have more viewers on YouTube.
Wait, people actually watch this shit?
Apparently.
Okay. When do you want me to scroll back to?
Scroll up to timestamp 10:02. Because I think I already read the in space no one can hear you, which is funny.
Okay, so this is all from MJ1 Media.
Yep.
10:02 was saying RoboCop was way ahead of the game when they predicted crooked corporations running everything. Yeah. Something about Sailor Jupiter telling us about talents. Wink, wink. I don't know. I know what you guys mean. When I was a kid, an African American kid was being a bully. I tried to tell people about it, but it didn't stop him. So I do something. I called him names. He then called me names. Okay. Started just reading. So yeah, just fairness in terms of if and that's the thing too, is like if someone does something wrong, it is the action that is wrong. Except for a few, edge cases here, by and large, it's if someone hits someone else, that's assault. It should not matter whether it's really a man or a woman there who is being physical first. What matters is a person threw the first punch. And, and it should be looked at accordingly. And it should not matter if the person is white or black or whatever else. If a person does something wrong, then it's wrong. That should not magically change just because a person is in a certain group or something else, barring some edge cases. I won't say that as a definitive here. There should be nuance to the law and context, but by and large, assuming all other things equal, if someone throws a punch, that's wrong. And then we have a musical rendition of Blame Canada.
Right. Well, that's the
because
default.
We all know they are evil.
12 gauge. Actually, it's 8 gauge. 8 gauge.
Oh.
I love how this mod adds engineers, by the way. Like, they don't do anything.
The floaty guys?
Yeah, the floaty guys. Halo CE. Well, the engineers were originally in Halo CE. They were.
Were they?
Yeah, they were in. They just were never actually added into the game. But they were.
No, I take that back. I want to say, and I could be wrong. I want to say
this is the original. This is the original Bungie made model for engineers back in Halo.
Well, I want to say way back when the just jump and shoot them. But I want to say way back when the demo for Halo Combat Evolved was out. I want to say I vaguely remember there being some engineers where so on the silent cartographer level, where you're driving around with the Warthog and you meet the hunters.
Right, in that open area for the first time.
Yeah, with like it's like an outdoor, almost kind of woodsy area. There's like a little 400 formation.
Yep.
It's kind
Yeah,
of
we
in
were just
depression.
there. I'm on Silent Photography right now, so.
Okay, I want to say there were engineers there.
I don't.
Like them. I could be
Maybe in
wrong.
the original build of the game, because again they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
they were
I'm
designed
talking
to be
like
in the
the
game. They were
demo
just
for the
removed.
original.
They were removed
I could be wrong,
prior
but
to release. But yep, there they are. Just shoot
I
them.
miss Fowhammer. Fowhammer was good people's.
Yes. Now we have Brohammer. That's what they call the new guy.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or Dustin Echoes.
I mean, I'd go with Dustin Echoes.
I know, because it sounds like an actual name. Cool name at that.
Well, I would call him just fucking Dusty for short.
Yeah. Hey, Dusty, let's dust off.
Yeah. Like, Fowhammer was absolutely that pilot that's gonna go to fucking hell. Because Fowhammer could have just gotten and split out of there if she hadn't come back.
Well, I mean, she didn't have a slip space capable ship, but yes.
No, but she still had a Pelican, and I assume you flubbed that one. I'm assuming that when Master Chief went and grouped up with those Oni guys, because I also picked. I don't even know how the fuck Johnson got over it. I know I've read it in the book.
Classified.
How did Johnson end up?
Well, remember, it was classified. Hey, Johnson, you ever gonna tell me how you got off the ring in one piece? Sorry.
You forget about those upgrades then.
Oh, you forget about those upgrades on your A2? Well, he's in a particularly fine mood.
But
you know what that is? According to Jill Staten, that's good writing.
Yeah, well, exactly. No, it is. It is.
It really it was, because
it leaves enough to the imagination.
Well, it's just funny because
it still does leave it as a bit of a mystery there. But I know in the books, I know they
explained. I think Halo First Strike. They explained how he got off the ring, how they all got off the ring, like how Chief got off the ring.
I know
how...
it was like Chief was in the longsword.
Yep.
That he picks up, and there was some Oni modified Pelican that had a slip space drive, right? If I remember right.
I just remember that there was actually a story that takes place. This wasn't in First Strike, but in Halo Evolutions, there's like another anthology series made around the same time as Halo Legends, I think. And it's one of them. My personal favorite of it is the Mona Lisa. It's essentially the Oni's conducting experiments on the Flood right after the events of Halo CE around the remains of the ring after it was blown up.
Right.
And it's essentially just a fun story of Marines trapped on a ship with the Flood.
So they all died.
Pretty much, actually, yeah. Everyone dies at the end. Spoilers.
I always consider that to be horrible writing, even though I understand that's somewhat realistic writing, because sometimes
But actually, no, that's not true. The main Marine character is left ambiguous if they survive, because essentially there's one escape pod. It's her and an elite. They're both out of ammo, so they're gonna duke it out to see who gets the escape pod,
and it just, like, ends there.
And it kind of just ends there. Yeah.
That's terrible. Like, I get it, but it's terrible. But even still,
the entire thing is super cliche and not great. But like this essentially the setting itself and the idea is fantastic. Like Marines, that's a great game idea. Marines trapped on
how Johnston actually got off the ring.
I think he managed to get off through another Pelican.
Like, what was he just flying in a Pelican and?
No, there was like a second group of survivors. Was the Master Chief being one group, and then there's another group. Johnson.
Oh, okay. Because I know in the book, it was that all of the other Marines, because a good amount of people survived off of the Pillar of Autumn. The majority of them were on what was the ship that got crippled there? Truth and Reconciliation, or
what? The Covenant ship?
Yeah, the Covenant.
Yeah, Truth and Reconciliation.
Rescue Keys from.
Yeah, Truth and Rec.
Yeah. So we essentially the human forces had captured Truth and Reconciliation, not knowing that it was literally packed full of flood. The flood planning on, because they do have some amount of intelligence here.
Right, because they're forming a proto-grave mind with keys.
Exactly. And so their plan, the Flood's plan, was to simply hide out on the ship until the humans take it back to Earth, or they get to just any human settlement area, and off they go on their merry way, infecting everyone and everything. However, in the book, there's one fucking shit-ass luck Marine who got infected by the Flood.
Oh, Jenkins!
But because... Was it Jenkins?
It was Jenkins, yeah. He gets infected by... Because, again, all the Flood that we see, at least the first, Floods that we see, right? The ones that were released in that cutscene.
Jenkins, man.
Yeah.
He dies in Halo, and he dies in Mass Effect, and he dies everywhere.
So, pretty much... for anyone who don't know, pretty much what happened is... Again, because the Flood were in literally cold storage. They were on ice in the ring until the Covenant and then the Marines again released them. I guess this one kind of... I guess it was a little bit of impotence.
Wounded or something, because the Flood can be wounded.
Yeah, they're still a biological organism that can affected by things.
Was not
essentially
at full strength.
So it infected him biologically, but mentally he was still Jenkins. He was still in control, or at least able to fight the control enough that's like, okay, I just want to die. Like, he literally wanted to die.
He had his personality and could still control his movements some of the time, if not most or all of the time. Not all the time, but at least for the most part. And bear in mind that he had this connection to the Flood consciousness on the ring.
So he's a strategic asset.
They were able to see, like the other Marines were able to see when they encountered him, that hey, this is, one, it's one of ours, but two,
it's not right. Like, something's off.
Hostile. We're going to try to figure out, because again, to the Marines, they don't understand that the Flood is this ancient consciousness, and far brighter minds have been trying to fight them too. But hey, we got to figure out what's going on here. Sweet, we're gonna go. We're gonna imprison him, but we're going to go and try to figure out what is this thing. Can we turn him back, etc. He does try to. Whoops, and he does try to help where he can. But he was able to indicate when they were on the ship, he got a connection again with the Flood consciousness and realized the Flood is literally everywhere. So again, the intent being that we're going to use this Covenant ship, because the Pillar of Autumn, of course, is fucking grounded.
We blew it up. Yeah.
But we're going to go and use this captured Covenant ship to fly back to Earth or one of our major bases, and hey, there we go. There is our way back. Because otherwise we're stranded here. He was able to alert his handlers that there's fucking Flood here, and it's not like just a pocket or two. It's not like it's
they were using Truth and Rec as their main grave mind location.
Flood. And one of the Marines made the choice without alerting the others, because really at that point, they were at the end of their supplies, the last of them being loaded on the ship here, and the Marine, it was like a major or something, made the choice to scuttle the ship with all survivors on it. So the ship blew up and took 90% of the remaining Marines with it, and all the Flood.
Also, Halfjaw from Halo 2 and 3?
No.
The guy, literally the elite that only has half a jaw?
Oh, yeah.
Spec Ops Commander. So there's a graphic novel that shows the events of that he had his ordeal during Halo CE, and like a Flood-infected spirit dropship comes on board his ship, which I don't remember if he was shipmaster yet, or if he was just like the XO of the ship. Okay, Major One, take care, dude. I don't remember if he was like what rank he was, but he was high rank, and essentially, again, like the flood-infected ship comes on board, and he has to deal with it, and like all of his friends, like and his crewmates, are getting infected, and they're all now having the skills because again, this is later on in the game, so it's like the proto Gravemind is there, so they're starting to have more skills, more accuracy, you know, and with the elites, they're starting to have the skills of some blade masters with their energy swords. And so he's like having to fight them off and everything like that, and that's how he got half his jaw cut off. Literally, an infected elite literally sliced his mandibles off.
I mean, it's such a terrifying aspect that not only are your friends being taken down, they're being turned into these things, and they're now
and then their
fighting
knowledge is being
against
used
you.
against you.
It's the literal corruption of everything and everyone they are. A rather terrifying prospect, if I do say so myself. Anywho, I'm gonna go and start getting off here because I gotta.
Yeah, I think we should call it. But anyway, the point is Halo Infinite. You know, accountability. Like Halo's not what it used to be. Like we're aware that we're just explaining why that is and how it sucks, and again, just the predatory and downright evil, I guess, nature of the monetization in games. And like, yeah, it's free to play. They have to monetize it, except they don't have to monetize it. They can make the game like, you know, they could have done
the options. It's their thing to do with as they wish. They can monetize it any number of ways, and they could also go and do it by not spending half your budget on fucking marketing. But it's like, it's that they are choosing to do this, and then when you call them out and they go, oh, boo-hoo, what was us? And it's like, this is your choice.
It's also, you know, we got
half your money on marketing instead of, hey, maybe just spend a quarter of that on marketing, and instead,
you know, it's not even money because money doesn't equate to the actual quality. I mean, it attributes to it, but it's not the equivalent of, oh, okay, this causes, you know, we have the main problem is that they want to make it. The
quality of the product is no longer what is in question.
No, the question is now how much are they going to monetize it, and we know they're going to monetize it to all hell and back. You know, we got the XP boosters and stuff, which given other games usually 100 points is $1, right? 100 pennies, so it's going to be freaking $1 at least for the smallest of things. I mean,
and if that's a consumable that you pay $1 for, I mean,
yeah,
it's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, anywho, I gotta run, so I will see you later.
I was just Halo Infinite. It's not look like I want it to be good, but I don't think it will. Yeah, we've talked about this topic to death in this live stream as well as in previous live streams, so I'm not going to bore you further with it. But I will read off the chat because I feel like we didn't do that before. MegJ1 talking about how he you told me this story, MegJ1. Playing Canada. Yep. So yeah, that's. Yeah, it sucks. You know what doesn't suck? This mod. This mod actually is really good, despite my dying a bunch. It's actually my first time playing Silent Cartographer on this mod. Get used to all the various. Yeah, 20 years. This game's 20 years old now, and it's still my personal favorite Halo game. The one I play the most. It's definitely the most. I think it's just the most replayable. Honestly, not saying that any of them are bad. I love the story. I love the gameplay. Honestly, the graphics don't bother me one bit. Like, I know everyone's like, oh, the graphics, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't give a shit. As long as I can see what I'm doing and where I'm going, that's all that matters. Huh. Where did the zealot go? Supposed to be a zealot there.
Cortana to Echo 419.
Hopefully next, this coming Sunday, I should be able to, I'll actually have the person that made this mod on the stream while we play it co-op or something. Ow. And they'll have to suffer my constant dying. So it's an Ultra instead of a Zealot now. Ow.
Roger, on my way.
Ow.
Roger, on my way.
I think I am going to call it the stream though. We wanted to. Oh, I wanted to talk about the Halo Infinite stuff.
Hello friends, Alex Stadnick from Game Informer here. Today, we have the very special treat to show off the Halo Infinite campaign, the first level of the Halo Infinite campaign, if you will. Chief has
Sorry, just trying to get the freaking
18
screen.
months after Halo
Fuck.
5,
Blame
6
Canada.
months
Oh.
after he got in a certain skirmish that we won't be showing here today, but you know, he's trying to figure everything out, and he's fighting off the Banished here on their warship. We talked to 343 in our
So we finally saw some Halo Infinite campaign footage. The first level, you know, like literally the first minute to the first level, looks good. Obviously, just again, it just I'm not a fan of the ethics behind the game, like all the monetization and all the corporate bullshit. And to me, if I'm not a fan of that, I'm not going to support it. You know, like it just like it's not like no. The reason why Cam and I are so avid and adamant about Star Citizen is because it's truly, we both believe it's the only game right now that's truly making innovations and furthering the game industry and the technology in video. The same really can't be said about everything else, because everything else is more or less just using the same shit over and over, removing shit, then adding it back in, calling it new innovative gameplay or whatever. They release half-finished, half-assed, with content missing, and then that missing content is then added in later as additional content. Like it's all, it's predatory. It's malevolent corporate practices, really, for lack of a better term. Sucks. Oh. Yep, I think that's going to be it, though. We've ranted on enough. Went off topic greatly. The good news is that Star Citizen is getting some really much needed stuff. Like that Q&A thing, that made me happy. Like reading that Q&A for server meshing and all the technical detail, all the things that they're talking about, like, okay, the different shards and how we're going to have essentially the dynamic server meshing, the server meshes themselves, the shards, all of it is going to actually make the game a reality. And what's great is, again, they have to actually make the tech in order to make the game, and that's what we're seeing here, but yeah, it's gonna be really cool. Obviously, this Friday is the IAE, which will probably be doing daily live streams if possible. Daily live streams covering each day, similar to what we did last year. So, obviously, Sunday will probably be a double whammy then. But yeah, and they'll be streamed to YouTube. Don't worry. Again, same thing as what we did. So, yeah, this is I think call it an episode. I don't think I added all the Halo videos into the description. I will do that later. But Halo Infinite looks fine. I mean, again, it's clearly like the explosion effects look like I'm throwing colored water at you. You know, I'm not a fan. Like, the live service model is just, it's essentially a scam. Like, people call Star Citizen a scam. If that's true, then that means every AAA game in the last 5 to 6 years is a scam. Because you're getting an alpha that's being passed as a full game, with features that should be in a full game's release being added in as DLC, as additional content, and that's not cool. Like, Star Citizen is less of a scam than Halo Infinite, or Battlefield 5, or whatchamface. Oh, skirmishers are back, cool. Or freaking, why am I blanking on the name of this? God damn it, Anthem, or Fallout 76. I don't know why I was blanking on those games. But, you know, like, those are scams. Star Citizen is a very, very ambitious and questionably, like, and by questionably I mean, like, it's questionable whether they can pull it off, but it's not a scam. It's just, it's at best, you know, at worst questionable if they can pull it off, you know? But I wouldn't say it's a scam. I would say it's just very, very ambitious, and that they don't have the let me put it this way. They don't have the resources. They have the money, they have the manpower, but they don't have the resources and experience in making something like this. You know? Like most AAA studios, they have the experience and the resources. They have the game engine, and they have the experience with that game engine, so they can crank out a game once a year, you know, and even innovate on that game on an annual basis, like the, you know, like old school Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed used to. But Star Citizen, they have to make the tech and the tools that they then need to make the game, and then you have to deal with the fact that money does not equate to, nor does it compensate for, time and resources. You know, like, again, they have to make their resources. They have the money to do so because it's crowdfunded, and they have a shit ton of money from that crowdfunding. But Star Citizen needs to then use that money, use the time they have and the money to make those resources to make the game. You know, just because they have money doesn't mean they have, you know, all of a sudden, oh, money cancels out time, you know? No, it doesn't. So just a lot of variables that need to go into things. Game development itself is always a very strenuous and long process anyways. Again, the reason why a lot of the AAA studios make a game so quickly is because they have the tools already there that they can just, you know, reuse, put a new coat of paint on, and add some new things to, which is about a year's worth of time of effort. But everything else was already there from previous years, so at least old school games. So yeah, anyway, that's my little rant on that. I might even do a little video talking about Star Citizen and other games. I also need to do that freaking video on comic book stuff. But anyway, I am rambling, so I'm going to go. If you want to help support the channel, you guys know the drill. Share the video, give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed, thumbs down if you didn't. Leave us a comment. Let me know what you guys thought. And whether you're watching this live or catching this on the rerun, I just want to thank you for tuning in. I want to thank MegaJ1 and Talem29 for popping up in the chat. Awesome. And yeah, if you're catching us on the rerun, let us know your thoughts in the comment section, because, you know, why not? You know, like, I don't, like, if you didn't like it and you want to rant about what you didn't like in the video, cool. I can use the feedback to improve. But yeah, I think I'm going to end it here. If you want to support us in a more personal way, obviously we got the links in the description below for our merch stores, where we make stuff such as this. That's not it. This we don't make this. That's the IG. That's Star Citizen. So yeah, this is something I'm selling on eBay right now. So enjoy that and all of its fun, goody stuff. But I'm going to end it for now. I hope you guys enjoy. Well, you guys probably Friday at noon. I want to say like 3, anywhere after 3 in the afternoon. So 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or later. If we do any live stream at all on Friday. I might not be able to because of Shabbat. So, and Shabbat starts early now. So what I might do is have Data or someone else stream Friday, or we might just skip Friday. Which means Saturday will be the next time we go live. If that is the case, I will try to put a video out saying so on Friday. Anyway, it really depends on when the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo goes live on Friday. Like, is it going to be 12 Pacific, or is it going to be 3? You know, like, which would be 3 whatchamface Eastern, or is it going to be like 9 in the morning Pacific, which means I can do a stream earlier. So really it's dependent on when CIG puts the expo out. Anyway, I said I was going to go, so I'm going to go. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you're catching this on the rerun, I just want to say thank you again. You know, you guys watching, just watching really means a lot, because it means someone's actually watching this stuff. And if you made it this far, you're a real trooper. And maybe I'll do another live stream tonight just for Halo stuff. Probably on Twitch though. So if you want to reach me on Twitch, the link in the description as well. But it's just twitch.tv/themandalorian_merc. Same as my in-game name for Star Citizen and Steam and everything else. So yeah, I'm gonna go. You guys all have a good day. See you in the next